Morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to the third edition of the Work Mental Health at Work Conference. It's the Mental Health at Work Conference 2024. It's the third edition and started 3 years ago, actually. And the theme this year is crisis intervention and support tools in the workplace. Crisis intervention and support tools in the workplace. So you're welcome. Let's know where you're joining from today. Let's know where you're joining us from. Just let's know in the comments. You could put in your thoughts in the comments. It's going to be an exciting conference today, and let's see how excited you are about the conference. Okay, I'm going to be introducing very quickly the convener of this conference, a very interesting gentleman. I'm going to be saying a few things about him just to usher him in a few minutes. In the meantime, I would like to see our comments. Tell us where you're joining in from today. Tell us where you're joining in from today. We'd like to know where you are joining from. All right, awesome. Good morning. You're welcome. Good afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from. There's so much we have in store for you today. It's such a packed conference, but oftentimes you hear people say packed, and you're thinking, packed with what? It's packed with so much value. And so you don't want to miss a second. You don't want to miss a second of this today. All right? So welcome once more to the Mental Health at Work Conference. Make sure you call a friend to tell another friend to tell another friend to join if they haven't joined just yet. You don't want to be telling anyone about what they missed during this conference, okay? So it's the third edition. Welcome. Joining from Italy, I see Annette joining from Italy. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I see a lot of people joining in from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's see much more coming in. It's great to be here this morning. It's the Mental Health at Work Conference. Are you excited? I'm excited that we have an incredible lineup of speakers today who are going to be sharing thoughts about crisis intervention and support tools in the workplace. Support tools in the workplace. How do we handle crisis intervention? How do we manage crisis intervention? We have keynotes who are going to be here today and going to be sharing some interesting thoughts with us from their extensive experience in the industry. Okay, so you don't want to miss that. We have an array of speakers. We have panel sessions that are going to be sharing and exposing incredible insights today. So tighten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready for what's about to come. All right, so it's my pleasure to welcome the convener who's going to be taking the opening remarks. But I have to just say a few words about this gentleman. And he is none other than Toluche Dove Francis. Now, he holds a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Bowen University, and he has an executive MBA from Quantic School of Business and Technology in the United States. He has worked across industries, gathering a total of over 8 years of experience. He began his career with Jumia NG as a hub manager, and then he proceeded to GIG Logistics, where he led the growth of the e-commerce product from 250 signups to over 2,500. Amongst other things, he's passionate about giving back to his society, and he's a member of the Rotary Club of Economy of Rotary International. He's also served as the General Secretary of the club and President-elect of the club. All right. Toluche has published books such as Eat Fit, a nutritional blueprint for healthy living, Beyond Blue, a step-by-step to coping with grief and loss, preventing and managing depression. He's written quite a lot of pieces on this subject, so he is an authority on the subject we're going to be discussing today. Ladies and gentlemen from across the world, join me in welcoming Mr. Toluche Doe Francis, who is the convener of this incredible conference, for his opening remarks. Toluche, welcome. Great job. Congratulations on the third edition.
Thank you very much, Sarume. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's an honor to have you all gathered here today. Our speakers, our moderators, the panelists, the participants. Thank you very much. So without wasting our time, I'll just share a story. In 2020, I sat down where I was and the subject of bullying came to my mind because I've seen people talk so much about bullying in the workplace. And so I thought to myself, what can I do to contribute to the workplace as a mental health advocate and practitioner? So you know what? Let's have a webinar. And I called it the Mental Health at Work conference that's here. And so it was held on Zoom, had people from the Human Resource Practitioner Circle and the Mental Health Circle. And we had an extensive conversation on Zoom. This was COVID era, the same May precisely. But the conference didn't hold in 2021 and 2022 because I felt, is anybody really listening to these things? Is anybody really interested in this conversation? But last year, I felt that not like this was an important conference to hold again. And I said, you know what, let me stick my head out and do this again. And so last year, we converged again and we looked at what I would call creating a culture of support in the workplace, the role of HR. We had a fantastic conference, of beautiful panel sessions and keynote speakers. So here we are again in 4 years, the third edition. And I mean, I would be lying if I don't tell you that this actually stretched me because of the vision that I had that this was going to the way this was going to be. Of course, I mean, I didn't really as much get that I wanted, but I think that I'm excited where we are today. I'm nervous, but I trust that everything will go on well. And I'm very much relaxed in the speakers that we have gathered, from the keynote speakers to panels. Every one of them are bringing their stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and valued participants, welcome to the Mental Health at Work Conference 2024, where we gather under the banner of crisis intervention and support tools in the workplace. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you as the convener of this important event. This conference commenced in 2020 as an offshoot of several conversations with people in the workplace on their mental health struggles. Since then, we have looked at several topics like bullying in the workplace, and last year we discussed creating a culture of support in the workplace. Hence, this theme is a continuation of that theme. Today, we come together not only to acknowledge the challenges that individuals face, but also to explore innovative solutions and support mechanisms that can truly make a difference. Our theme, crisis intervention and support tools, underscores the urgency of addressing mental health concerns head-on and in keeping ourselves the resources necessary to provide effective assistance. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember that every conversation, every initiative, and every action we take has the power to transform lives. By working collaboratively and harnessing the power of collective wisdom, we can build workplaces that not only thrive professionally, but also nurture the mental and emotional well-being of all who inhabit them. Thank you for your dedication to this important cause, and may our time together inspire us to forge ahead with renewed purpose and determination. Yes, to a conference filled with insight, innovation, and meaningful connections. Let's make a difference one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toluche, for that, the convener of the Mental Health at Work Conference 2024. You heard it right there from him. There is so much to unpack today, and we're going to be diving straight into the matters of today. We're going to be diving straight in. But to all our audience joining us from across the world, would like you to go and share thoughts and insights that will be shared on this conference today on social media, and the hashtag is MH at the symbol that you use for your email address at work. So it's MH at work, that's the hashtag. and it's Mental Health Month. That's another hashtag that you could use. All right. Well, the month of May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. So there has been no better time to have such a conversation than today in the month of May. So make sure that you're MH at work, and it's the symbol, it's not the word. And then hashtag Mental Health Month. Great. Thank you so much to Luce for sharing that with us. You heard it from the convener himself, and we're going to be diving straight into the first panel. The first panel, we have quite an interesting, like I said, lineup of speakers who are in the industry, who are very practical and hands-on. So it's not theoretical thoughts we're going to be hearing today. They are practical insights, things that you can leave this conference with, knowing how to apply in your everyday lives. Okay, so the first panel this morning, depending on where you're joining us from, afternoon, is titled Mental Health First Aid, Equipping Employees with Skills. It's such an interesting thing. I was reading up and I noticed that the World Health Organization actually gave this report that globally an estimated 12 billion working days, estimated 12 billion working days are lost every year globally to depression and anxiety, amongst other mental health illnesses. So this is serious business, guys. This is a serious topic we're going to be talking about today. And they have said that the cost per annum is almost in the neighborhood of $1 trillion every year, because if they're losing 12 billion working days, then that's the ripple effect. That's the consequence, $1 trillion. So it's serious business. And I have some very interesting speakers who are going to be taking us through discussing mental health first aid, equipping employees with skills. How do we equip employees with skills? So it's my pleasure to welcome the first panelist. Her name is Fiona Kirabo. Fiona Kirabo is a media personality. She's a therapist, a life coach, and entrepreneur. With 11 years of experience in TV, presenting, producing, directing, 8 years in the beauty business, 5 years in psychotherapy, healing, and then 2 years in leadership and self-development coaching. Fiona serves as an advisor to a leading leadership hub in Abuja. She is as well, she heads the account and logistics, and she's an advisor for the Miriam Gofwan Women and Children's Foundation. Fiona has been involved in so much, especially acting, script writing, directing, personal development, training and coaching, mental health, leadership, purpose, family and relationships are her forte. So we have a very, very capable speaker in the person of Fiona Kirabo. So you're welcome, Fiona. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have her elevated if she is on the call. Next, we have another speaker who is a very, very seasoned gentleman in this particular industry, and he's none other than Sam Obafemi. He is popularly called the Octopus, and he's an unconventional thinker. He's called the Octopus because his primary preoccupation is to solve problems, and in fact, where possible, help people avoid problems. He is a master of communities, tribes, and memberships, especially on how to leverage vehicles to make wealth for members. He's a trained computer scientist who now practices as a brand community and membership specialist with his focus on business and revenue solutions. Okay, Sam is a certified master neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, and he's a certified practitioner of positive psychiatry with mental health from the Sydney University, Australia. And he's also been trained as a certified applied positive psychology therapist from the Flourishing Center in the United States. Sam Obafemi, you are welcome. He is popularly called the Octopus. So we have very, very interesting speakers. We have them elevated so we can dive right into the conversation today. Welcome, the Octopus. It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful morning. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Toluche, for putting to create stuff like this. Well done, everyone. Well done.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, the Octopus. You're welcome. I'm sure we will be expecting Fiona anytime from now, but I just wanted to say this before we go straight into the conversation, the Octopus. To our audience also watching, those who registered, you have received a copy of the brochure for the event today. So make sure you go into your emails and you pull out that copy so that you understand what's going on. We have the agenda, we have the program of events, and then we have the bio, the full bios of all our speakers today. So you can get more information on that material. All right, Fiona, welcome. It's great to have you. How are you today?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
I'm honored to be here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. So let's go straight into it because it's an exciting topic. And I was looking through, and it's interesting that we're talking about mental health first aid. I realized that in 2023, the Mental Health First Aid of England, an agency, had actually reported that only 10% of employees, when they did a survey, were actually seeking support for their mental health. Interestingly, they also reported that about 29% of managers said they needed more support and training from their employer to be able to support their teams. So it's so interesting that the data and the statistics also show that there's a need and there is an evident gap in this area. So today, as we talk about mental health first aid, I want us to even just really demystify that. What is mental health first aid? Because I mean, a lot of people have growing up were very familiar with first aid. You know, you had your first aid box, you had your first aid kit, you had your cotton wool, you had your TCP, you had all of those different things that you could use to address a quick injury that you had. Now we've gone from just the physical health into mental health, and we're seeing how important that is today. So I think the first question or the opening question for both of you this morning is, what is mental health first aid? What does it really mean? Should we start with Fiona? Fiona, are you happy to go first? And then we come to the Octopus.
Prefer when the Octopus goes before me because I learned so much making when it comes to him, but I'm glad to be here. But maybe what I would first aid, when they say mental health first, but this is mentally, this is emotionally, this is when people are going through things. Something, that's what I would say in simple terms, just so I don't complicate this. First response, I mean FIRS, T, that are mentally challenged or dealing with some sort of mental disorders or just mental challenges, really. Sometimes it's not yet at the point need intervention. That's what mental health first aid is.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fiona, for that. So let me pass, and I like how you said first response. Very, very important there. It's first response. So it's what's the immediate response that whether an organization or a group or an agency are giving to people. So the Octopus, over to you.
Thank you. First response, very valid. The subject matter around mental health first aid, like Fiona has rightly said, the first response and mental health first aid is such a spectrum that is becoming more, as Osarome has said. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in every 4 people would be exposed to mental health. In my personal research, and even for my organization, SECA Africa, I am almost arguing out of every 4 in every given year, because the situations are becoming more grave and more critical. But I also like to be as simple as Fiona put it. 4 competencies. There are 4 things that the World Health Organization recommends that if a person is experiencing them, healthy, as it were. And what are these 4 components? The first component is that you are able to perform within your competencies and capacity. It means that I know how to do this and I can do it. You know, like we like to say around here, if, for example, you know how to cook, you cook. If you know how to, you know, do stuff, you do stuff. So the first definition of a healthy man have the capacity to do what I can, and I'm doing it. The second definition or spectrum in mental health first aid says that I'm able to cope with the day. Mechanisms for stress is working. Because when your coping mechanism for stress is not working, it is suggested that you're or you may be susceptible to breaking down. So that's the second component. The third component talks about productivity. We begin to notice the difference between those who are mentally healthy and those who are not mentally healthy. Talking about mental health at work, and there's what we call presenteeism, which means you are physically at work, but you don't want to work. You just can't help it. You're helpless at the point where you are there physically just to mark the. You don't have the motivation or the willpower or the capacity at that material time. Symptom or element that we study in mental health first aid. And then I like to call it relationship management. The fact that you're able to build relationships, sustain relationships, keep yourself, engaging and relating with people at experiences. So if you look at these 4 elements, they actually there is some total of what World Health Organization calls mental health first aid. It says the capacity or the ability to work according to your capacity, manage with your coping mechanisms for daily stress of life, being fruitful and productive, and then having the capacity to contribute to society. So this is mental health first aid.
All right, thank you so much, the Octopus, for giving us or enlightening us on the 4 areas according to the World Health. And I think the coping mechanism for stress was also very instructive, because many years ago, Lagos, where some of us are joining in from, was reported to be one of the most stressful cities in the world. So a lot of people are dealing with stress, and so being able to cope with that, and then being able to also recognize what they can do, and doing that is so instructive. So thank you for sharing that. Fiona, I'm going to come back to you. The Octopus has talked about relationship management, and I think that it's such an important part of the 4 areas that he highlighted, especially when we think about mental health first aid and equipping employees with skills. Now let's think about it in the context of the workplace, because it's the Mental Health at Work conference, isn't it? What role do you think relationships in themselves have in helping employees within an organization not just perform optimally, because that will be a consequence of mental health first aid. But what role do you think relationships play, and how can people leverage relationships in improving their mental health at work?
Thank you. I think that's a very important question, and I'm not even sure we discuss it as often as we ought to. I don't see anyone else. Am I?
You're spotlighted, so you could go ahead.
Okay. Yes. I wanted to be sure. All right. So, the question you asked is actually very powerful. I believe, and I know, I don't just believe, I believe and I know that we are relational beings as human beings, even right from creation. Let's take it beyond us. We were not created to be by ourselves. We were created to, if you look at all creation, it takes a man, it takes two beings to form a baby, to bring life into earth. And then it takes parents, it takes teachers, it takes different people. So at all times of your life, there are people that are stationed or positioned in your life. So we are relational beings. And, I just needed to establish that first of all. So relationships are going to be very, very important on a journey of mental health. But here's what I would say. Before you can build on relationships with other people, you need to have a relationship with yourself. You need to have a relationship with yourself. So first, cultivate a healthy relationship with yourself, which is stemmed from a place of healing. It is stemmed from identity awareness, knowing who you are, knowing your strength, your values. Just understanding yourself will obviously help you with relationships, and that will also, the results will be seen in your mental health journey. So relationships are powerful, but I encourage that you have a relationship with yourself. Know who you are, know your attributes, know your values, and then deploy those values to people, serve them with people. And that, in reverse, that will come back to you too, and that will help you live a mentally healthy life, if I say so.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fiona. It reminds me of the man in the mirror. Start with yourself. And I like how you tied everything about relationships back to relationship with self. And you talked about having a healthy relationship with oneself. So those of us who are listening today, it all starts with having a healthy relationship with yourself. As Fiona has said, make sure you know yourself, make sure you appreciate yourself, appreciate the values, understand the values and principles and the different attributes that you have. I think sometimes in a world where we constantly, are seeing social media and all sorts of comparisons happening, a lot of people tend to compare, their situation with others, compare themselves with others. So start with building a healthy relationship with yourself. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fiona. Let's come back to the Octopus. The Octopus, I know you do a lot of training as well, and you work in the corporate space. You get to interact with employees, managers, and I know Fiona does as well. But I would start with you on this question. What are some of the signs or some of the things that you see that show that there's a need for first aid? We talked about first response when we started. We said, look, first aid is first response. But what are the things that, because I imagine that there's some human resource managers, there's some leaders or executive management team listening to us today, and they might just even be in the dark and saying, well, this first aid you're talking about, how do I know when to respond? What are the things I look out for to be able to respond adequately and promptly? So could you just share some of those with us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with where Fiona stopped. There's what we call baseline in everything, especially when it has to do with things that have to be measured. So your question now is asking, how do I measure that a person is either needing help or a person is fine? For us to be able to measure where a person is in their mental health, there has to be a baseline. And that's why employers and departmental heads, HR, we must start investing in self-awareness tools and personality awareness tools and people awareness tools, which is why I said I'm starting where Fiona stopped. When we understand from an assessment level who a person is, then we're able to benchmark whether their behaviors at work are consistent with whom we have established that they are. Because if a person is employed and there is no assessment or a baseline of, okay, based on empirical information, this is who this person is. This person is an extroverted person who likes to work long hours, who is better with creative work, who doesn't like numbers. If we don't have those baseline, then what do we measure? It's good for us to start from a place of baseline. Every employer, every HOD, every supervisor, every leader should be able to undertake assessments with their staff and their team to form a baseline upon which you can measure. If a person is extroverted, and over a prolonged period, they are introverted, that tells you that something is not right about this person. This person is not whom we know they are. Now, let me say this. In mental health first aid, we normally benchmark behavioral assessment on 2 weeks windows. And what does that mean? If a person is not whom you know them to be over a period of 2 weeks, then you should be momentary, change of mood, situational context. Who used to be productive for 2 weeks suddenly is not productive. You need to pay attention. If a person that is usually sociable and chatty and amiable and maybe very energetic, over 2 weeks loses that energy, you should pay attention to that. If a person is not coherent and it looks like a new pattern or a norm over the 2 weeks, you should pay attention to that. If a person seems to be secretive or trying to avoid conversations, or their body, what we call sensory acuity, their body language is a bit dodgy or a bit low or a bit hyper over 2 weeks, that is not who we know them to be, you should pay attention. So to answer your question directly, first step, create a baseline. Understand who the person is from a place of assessment. Second step, give a 2 weeks window when you have a preliminary conversation, especially using influencers. And who are influencers in the workplace? Everyone in the workplace has someone they are close to. It's a natural thing. We're normally drawn to some people in our workplace. We just rapport. It is smart for you to have a conversation with the rapport person of the person you are concerned about, and it's just going to be a social conversation, And the last thing I will say, which is a direct amplification of what Fiona said, is mental health is not a medical issue. Mental health is a social issue that can lead to a medical problem. That is why sometimes it starts as a social problem. Recluse, people just withdraw, people keep to themselves, people don't want to talk, people shut themselves out. First, that's the first problem, is a social problem. Then it can lead to clinical problems, which is where substance can come in and self-depraving conditions or behaviors can set in. So if we look at it from that spectrum, then it means that the more social structure we set at work, the better we may do with the mental health of our people at work. I hope this helps.
Fantastic. The more social structures we set up at work, the better our people do, and the better our people are mentally at work. I love that summation at the Octopus. All right, so let me come to Fiona. I know we could exhaust this, such an incredible topic, but we don't have enough time because we have quite a number of topics to discuss today. But I would come to Fiona because, again, Fiona, you've worked with a diverse group of people. You've been very involved in the entertainment space, in the film. You worked as a producer, and you've done a lot in that sector. What do you think? Because again, now people look at what's happening in that sector and seeing the growth, and a lot of these underlying issues are not as visible. I mean, only when we have outbursts on social media, right? That's when we know that, there were underlying issues before then. Just riding off what the Octopus has said, from your experience in that sector, because again, there are employees within that sector, right? It takes organizations and entities to be able to build an industry. So there are employers within that sector. What are some of the benefits, you would say, of paying closer attention to the mental well-being of employees in that space? What are the long-term, whether short or long-term benefits, in your opinion, in your experience?
Okay, thank you for that question. So I believe entertainers are influencers, really, or are one of the most influential people we have. So there's so much to benefit if we have this. Let me take that again. So entertainers are very influential. We all know when it comes to music, or if it comes to the film industry or movies, a lot of things, trends are set with this industry. So it's very important. There's so much benefits if that particular sector can receive this help, or can be open to, conversations around mental health and be mentally healthy, because that also influences other people. But maybe what I would also say, that industry is also affected by a lot of things, some which happens to be identity crisis. So it comes with a lot of the uploads, it comes with a lot of the excitement, the funds, the all different things. But in actual sense, it comes with a lot of identity crisis, because most of these people are just working with gifts. Most of them are not exactly, they've not worked on character. It goes back to what we said, know who you are, build yourself, be competent or build competence, have assessment, take assessment tools or assessment tests to help you identify who you are, so you thrive better in who you are, unlike you trying to be like everybody else. So the industry struggles with a lot of identity crisis, and obviously in the long run affects mental health. However, like you said, what are the what benefits would we have if this industry would be, influenced by mental health conversations? Just to rephrase your question, I think the benefits are really so much. The benefits are just so many for me to even just name. But like I said, they are influencers. If they are healthy, they can drive the message. But also, I just maybe encourage people in such spaces to have accountability systems. Normally they don't have people who rightly pour into them. They don't have the right people that speak into them, that guide them and just keep them on the right paths. That's why they end up in a lot of things, drug abuse or substance abuse, depression, or they're prone to these things because they don't have systems of accountability and systems, that just keep them in check, really. That's what I would say.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much, Fiona, for that. Very, very apt, very apt. And I think would have the opportunity maybe to take just a question. So if there's anyone who's watching and has a question, please just drop your question in the comments. I think we have enough time for just one question. And then we'll be able to proceed to the next one. But I'm sure there's so many more insights that will be shared in addition to what Fiona and the Octopus have shared already. It's a very, very wide and expansive topic. But key things I'm taking, and I hope that those watching can take from the conversation, is that, listen, the systems are so important. Whether it's in the workplace, have a sort of baseline assessment system that you're setting up. Like the Octopus said, look, it's important that you understand the personalities, have these tools, people awareness tools, so that you know when somebody is behaving unusually, is departing from the norm. So you need that baseline for the comparison, and that was so instructive. And then Fiona, you're talking about, look, it's such an important thing to have accountability systems. It's so important to also build healthy relationships with yourself. You talked about identity crisis and how people can start shifting away from that identity crisis and appreciating who they are, the individuality that they have as people. And you talked about guidance, ensuring that they're building healthy relationships with others and people that are pouring into them even when they get depleted. So very, very interesting. Thank you so much. And I like how you also said this, the Octopus. You said, look, mental health it begins as a social issue, and then it becomes a medical problem if it's not addressed on time. And I think that's why we're saying mental health first aid, because it's first response, right? So once you identify all of these things, if you're a manager or your employer on the call, or even if you're just an employee, if you identify because I think it's a collective responsibility, right? It's collective. Sometimes we're so hard on the management team, on the executive team, on the managers, but even those of us who are working in teams, we notice, we observe, we can also escalate whatever it is that we're seeing within the space. So I'll leave room for a final, maybe in 60 seconds, a final thought that you have. Fiona, I'll start with you and then I'll go to the Octopus. to those who are watching today and who are saying, look, I've been dealing with mental health issues in the workplace. Some managers are also watching and saying they even are dealing with mental health illnesses as well. And so how can they help their employees? What do you have to say to such people today as we begin to wrap things up on this segment?
Share a few things, and this can be both helpful for the employers and employees. I just brought down a few things. Care of your mental health, exercise. Okay, before I even get to that, really, like I said, relationship with yourself, take care of you, know who you are, know your boundaries. You said when you take some of these tests, they are for you before they can be for anyone. Know who you are, get to know what depletes you, what overwhelms you, what is beyond you. Also take inventory, just be present. What happened when you fell into depression? What associations did you have before you experienced that anxiety, that panic attack, or these suicidal thoughts? Just take inventory of your life. What were you listening to? Because years of a guest. So what are you listening to? Who are you exposing yourself to? What environments are you surrounding yourself? What in your mind? All that is very important. Take accountability. I mentioned that. Have accountability. Serve people, serve friends, serve employers, but also hold conversations. And I'll say this especially for employees. Not a lot of times, but sometimes your employers can actually relate with what you're going through. So, hold conversations. If you feel a certain type of way, if you would require some sort of help, reach out. You can reach out to your leaders. You can write someone. You can write to them. If you even have to do so anonymously initially for you to the organization, please do so, because while you do so, this is also what will be done for your organization. There are things you will not know, and your employers will need to pass a message, but you can't know all things. So I think let's just create an environment where we let people in. Let's carry them along. Let's not just think people know, they should know I'm feeling this. They should know I'm going through marital issues. That's why I'm not being productive. So I encourage, hold conversations, have safe spaces, be a safe space yourself. Even at your workplace, how do you handle things that people share with you? And then let's also encourage, how are you? When you get to offices or when you get you work, really, let's encourage checking on people. Don't just walk in and do what you have to do. Check on people. How are you doing? If they told you their child was sick, check in. How are they doing now? It's just we keep building relationship. Everyone is going through something and everyone wants to be cared for. So that which you're looking for, also make sure you are offering the same. Thank you.
That which you are looking for, make sure you are offering the same. I wish someone could put that in the comment. Thank you so much, Fiona. Let's go to the octopus. I think that sums up all the thoughts shared. That which you are looking for, make sure you're willing to offer the same. I have to write that down. Thank you so much. The octopus, over to you.
I don't know if I should add anything to what Fiona has said, because she has done a very great job wrapping this up, especially that last statement. Very powerful. I will just add that and this is both for employers and employees, colleagues in the workplace, the height of your professional success is completely dependent on your mental health. If you see anyone who is consistent, if you see anyone who is always smashing their performance appraisals, if you see anyone that customers love so well, if you see someone that is breaking their target, if you see anyone that you really admire in the workplace, who you think is really on point, anyone you think, I want to follow this person, follow who know road, honestly, it is their mental health that is the driver. And everything Fiona has said is what I will advise that you should do. Take your mental health seriously, because there is no life without mental health. because according to World Health Organization, the highest cause of physical disabilities today is mental health issues. So it means that when your mental health is going down, your life is actually going down. So let's not have these conversations as some fancy seasonal, oh, is a vibe talk. No, it's not a vibe talk. It's a real life issue. And so I hope that with these very powerful conversations, people can take this thing seriously. There was an earlier question by Maurice that talked about remote work. And I would like to talk about this in the sense that employers must create a system and structure where no matter how remote the work is, there is time for socializing and in-person connections. And so these are very key. You can create regional in-person connections, and depending on the resources available to the organization, you can create a global in-person connection. Sometimes these things go a long way. Just sponsor your staff to go to in-person meetings and in-person conferences, no matter how remote your work structure looks like. Because without mental health, productivity will drop in the office. There'll be a high staff turnover. People will leave. There will be a lot of loss of revenue because stress and presenteeism will lead to losses. There is so much the business will lose when the mental health is not on point. So the businesses may think that we're spending too much on mental health. Well, honestly, it's a good investment to put in for your staff and your organization. Thank you for having us this morning. And I really don't take this for granted. God bless you.
I'm sorry, can I add something just briefly?
Okay.
Can I? Okay, just briefly, when Coach Sam was speaking, I was just reminded also in work environments, really, a lot of time as well could just be just because you're not performing. You know, you're probably not competent. You know, be more valuable, build competence. I know we mentioned that, but I just think I need to remind. So sometimes, you know, how you feel or your depression or all the things could be directly connected to how you are not, or how poorly, or for, I'm trying to look for, you know, another word, but how poorly maybe you're performing. So you can build yourself, build skill. Value. There's science, there's some sort of science to being liked or being loved. It's not, I'm not talking about why you have to force it. There's a bit of science to being liked. A company or a manager or a team or a leader may like you, but if you're not giving them as much value as others, it may look like they're giving attention to a different set of people. It's not because they don't like you. It's not because your auntie in the village said you can't amount to anything. You're just not being valuable. So I would recommend, you know, just father something, build yourself, be more valuable, be more likable, smile more. Sometimes there's art to these things. Sometimes you're just not the person, you're not approachable, you're always frowning in your face. You don't dress in the things that are kind of, that bring light into the room. Coach Sam, I'll just give this as an example, but Coach Sam happens to have, you know, someone that he works with, and she always has this bright color. So every time you step into the office, you're just like, you're so much light. She brings light. Because sometimes we have our own darkness going on. We need someone else to bring in some light. So, you know, be that light. Don't, you know, be that light. And really it goes back to, what are you listening to? Listen to things that inspire you. Don't be on social media watching all people that you think are successful and you think you're not. No, listen to things that are going to build you, help you be better. Pray, have a relationship with God, have a healthy life inside and live it outside, and people will want to embrace you, and you will enjoy, you know, you'll enjoy not just mental health at work, but even in relationships and generally. Really, just thought I should add that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fiona, for that. Be a person of value. Be a person of value. The Octopus has said, create systems, no matter how remote your work is. Ensure you're creating opportunities for people to interact, because it is first and foremost a social issue. Mental health is a social issue first and foremost. And if it's not addressed, then it becomes a medical problem. All right. And then invest in yourself. That which you expect of others, be willing to offer. Jachi, thank you for your comments. Miriam, I see all the comments coming in. Be a person of value. Wow, this has been an amazing conversation, and I would like to really thank Fiona for making time and sharing from her wealth of experience today with us. And I would like to also thank the Octopus for sharing those incredible insights with us. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope you stick around for the rest of the conference. All right. Okay, moving on. And thank you to our audience. For those of you engaging in the comments, I see you. Let's keep engaging. Let's keep sharing. Remember that the hashtag is MH@work, the symbol at MH@work, and then hashtag mental health month, the month of mental health awareness. All right. So thank you to our speakers for that. And we've been discussing mental health first aid, equipping employees in the workplace. Thank you so much. All right, so we're moving on now, and I will be introducing one of the keynote speakers. We have a keynote speaker coming right up. He is going to be sharing incredible insights with us. If you are still recovering from Fiona and Sam Obathemi's thoughts, then you need to tighten your seatbelt, because we're going even further in a moment. I'd like to just introduce our first keynote for today. He's the Deputy Director and Head of Special Projects and Mental Health. He's a data analytics specialist, and he's done a lot of work in the health space. He's actually the coordinator of the mental health project of the Lagos State government, with public service oversight of mental health services for more than 20 million residents living in Lagos State, Nigeria. He has developed and facilitated a number of mental health programs and services, including the Mental Health Better Access Project, the Maternal Health Project, the Lagos School Mental Health Awareness and Prevention Service, the Lagos State Employee Wellness Initiative, and the list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tolu Ajomale is also an advocate for partnerships and collaboration, and he firmly believes in active community participation in improving mental health literacy and access to care. He was also part of the Lagos COVID response team. He served as a member of the Emergency Operations Center for Mental Health and Psychological Support. So you know that we are bringing someone who has that experience. He's been knee-deep. He's also an alumni of the Imperial College London, and he has received training at the Harvard School of Public Health, Liverpool. Dr. Tolu Ajomale, I hope I pronounced that properly. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you so much for joining, and we're looking forward to what you're going to be sharing with us over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you once again for joining.
Thank you very much for having me. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you're reaching out to us from. I'd like to start by saying a huge thank you and congratulations to Toluche and the team for putting this together. Third time running. I think it's an amazing opportunity that, we can have these conversations and ensure that people also are enlightened, that sensitization is going out and advocacy is also working. So thank you again, Toluche and the team, and thank you, Osarame, for the fantastic work you're doing so far in this event, and also to our previous panelists. So without taking too much of our time, I will just quickly speak on the topic, which is navigating crisis in the workplace. And I would like to take a very slightly different dimension for this conversation, but focusing more on the organizational components, right? On processes that need to be put in place. Because very often we have these conversations and we do not provide some guidance for HR personnel or HR professionals on what to do when these things occur. And so we're going to talk very quickly around 4 major issues. One of them will be understanding the impact of crisis in the workplace. One of them will speak about the importance of leadership, the importance of communication, and the importance of creating intervention strategies as well for our employees. So we will quickly speak on the first slide. What is a crisis and when does this occur? So a crisis is an emergency which can cause restlessness amongst employees as well as lead to instability in the organization. And we usually would refer to 3 particular points when we're trying to describe a crisis. And the first of which is that it occurred suddenly and it was a disturbing event that could have caused harm either to the organization or to those who are working there. 2, it occurs impromptu, it's an impromptu thing, so it's not something that was expected to occur. So that is also a crisis. And then thirdly, because we're speaking around the mental health component, it triggers a sense of fear or a threat amongst the individuals working in that particular environment. What are the common precursors of crisis in the workplace? The first, again, and the first 2 are usually the most common ones, miscommunication between employees or with managers, and then you can have organizational crises that can occur. And very often you find some of these things happening in bigger organizations where you have agitations within that particular organization. You have what we often describe as a toxic work environment because of something that may have occurred within that space. The other things that would cause crisis within the workplace, of course, are environmental issues. For example, issues with violence or violent actions that may have occurred within that space. You know, we have seen many examples globally where we have violence being exhibited within schools, for example. When you have school shootings, for example, that's a crisis event that occurs. You can also have several things that happen depending on the nature of our work. So if you have someone who works in a bank, for example, a crisis in that incident, especially when it's related to violence, will be maybe an armed robbery that occurs within that particular facility. And then the same applies with different kinds of workplaces depending on the kinds of issues that we have. But there are some other internal issues that may become crisis, right, that we would also need to also be very mindful of. For example, if the company goes bankrupt, it's a crisis because it's a threat to the livelihood of those who are working there. If you have technical failures or data breaches, these are also things that can occur. And of course, natural disasters that may cause harm to the infrastructure and of course harm to the people who work within that space. So what are the impacts of crisis on employees? Very often when we have a crisis event occur, one of the things that most organizations and those who work there would often consider is the safety of the asset, right? And then the second component they may consider will be the safety of the physical well-being of the people who work in that organization. But there are other things that we also need to begin to explore. And these are the things that often impact significantly on the productivity of those who are working in that space. Issues around stress that may occur, right? Or, you know, post-trauma stress that may occur because of the crisis event. You also look at things like demotivation towards work, which also occurs, for example, when, you know, employees lose a loved one or a colleague in the office. For whatever reason, there's the tendency to develop demotivations towards work, depending on, you know, some of the other things we speak about. Then negatively impacts on the organization's performance as a whole, and of course on the employee's performance as an individual. And then of course, without, you know, pointing out the obvious, to reduce the mental well-being of the employees that are in that space. And there are studies that have shown the impact of some of these things in different work environments. But there are different strategies that can be adopted, because when we speak about crisis, we would have to speak about the risk of a crisis. And if you're working in a occupational health and safety space, these kinds of matrices are quite common among them to determine the probability of an incident happening and the severity of that incident occurring. And of course, the higher the probability and the higher the catastrophic impact, and of course, the higher the risk it will bear, and then the more work that has to be done to ensure that, you know, mitigation strategies are put in place. So we're going to talk about 4 key things, right? When we speak about a crisis occurring, depending on the organization you're with, you can determine whether or not that particular situation will fall into that space. But there are very clear terms, like some of the things we described before. But what are the 4 things that we need to look at when a crisis does occur in the workplace? Number 1, and I think is very critical, is developing an appropriate communication strategy. And now this extends, of course, beyond just the emergency itself, but also the way we communicate with those who work with us, or who are colleagues in our team, with information on what has occurred and how it affects or impacts on them is very important. Because if the right information is not being shared, it has a significant impact on the responses of those who are impacted by that situation. And there are several examples of this. We have seen, incidents of natural disasters that have occurred where the wrong information was being shared, and it worsened the outcomes of the response, or it exaggerated the responses of those that it affected, and of course led to very poor outcomes as it occurred. The second part, of course, is leadership. Leadership cannot be understated, especially when we talk about organizations. Structures are always very critical. And everyone, especially those who work within that environment, always looks to the leader to see their energy, to see the body language, and not just the words that are being said. So it is important to understand what the leadership role is within a crisis incident. The second part, again, is also to understand the roles of those who are key stakeholders, or what the previous panelists have described also as influencers within an organization. So these are the people who are the driving force that will determine how exaggerated or how mitigated a response is by those who are impacted by any form of crisis within an organization. So we also need to develop processes. Again, having strong leadership is important. Having and recognizing stakeholders and influencers is also critical. But if there's no process flow, there is no map, and there's no strategy on what to do when these things occur, then there is always a problem, because then it looks like leadership is not with direction. And we do not want our employees to see that, because again, it affects morale. It also impacts significantly on their performance as well. And then resource allocation, what kind of resources do we need to mobilize? And these are things that we need to identify early. It's always very sad when we have a crisis event occur in a workplace, and then there are no provisions to be able to provide some sort of buffer to impact on, or to manage the impact of that crisis in that environment. And this must be seriously considered and looked very deeply into. But we'll just very quickly speak on some of the things that we need to do, especially around communication. Number one, establish clear communication channels. If you're an employer, you have employees who are struggling, and a crisis event has occurred which has impacted on the mental health or the well-being of those who are working there. It has impacted on their motivation, it has impacted and caused them significant levels of stress, or they're struggling with grief, or they're struggling with the impact of the crisis that occurred. And then we're speaking about things like post-traumatic stress disorders. We need to begin to learn to we need to begin to create communication channels within our organization to be able to communicate the incidents that may have occurred, so that they are hearing directly from source. Very many organizations now with hybrid work have begun to establish different communication channels to share information with the employees and to also gather information. So I think exploring these channels to be able to quickly reach out to employees and provide them with the right kind of information is very critical during a crisis event. So the second point is to give people what they need and when they need it, because people's information they evolve when a crisis occurs. So different forms of information can help employees to stay safe, to cope when they're struggling, and to connect to a deeper sense of purpose and stability. Very often, when we try to introduce the concepts of mental health in the workplace, we are trying to sell the information or sell the advantage to employers by saying that when you have people who feel safe within a workplace, there's a higher level or a deeper sense of purpose that they feel towards that organization. There's a higher sense of ownership of that organization. And then there's a likelihood that they will then bring in creativity and other resources that they also feel can help drive and move your organization. So communication also needs to be clear, it needs to be simple, and also needs to be frequent. So as much as possible, because of the way our world is and how much access to information we have, we need to continue to maintain clear channels with those who are working in our organization. Very important, again, is to choose candor over charisma. The likelihood, again, because of context, and I guess, an African thing, leaders tend to want to focus on charisma rather than candor. But in high stress, emotionally draining, or in conflict situations, or in events of crisis, candor can help to also bring some sense of safety to those who are working there, because employees will see and they will recognize when the truth is being told and when a lie is being fabricated or trying to be politically correct. So these kinds of things are very important. And I know that they're outside the scope of what most people would think about, but they are very critical if you're trying to drive improved productivity and ensure the mental well-being of those in the workplace. Now, different strategies exist. This is one common one where we use the crisis communication cycle, right? Where we're also looking at what to do at different points, where we're measuring the internal dynamics that occur within our organization, what we're measuring the responses of those that it has impacted, and then we're also trying to amend the strategy depending on the stage that the crisis is occurring. So, for example, if employees are feeling confused and anxious, what they need are facts, right, and clear information on what is needed or what is going on at that time. When they are feeling, ready for change or a sense of loss, then it's also an opportunity to evolve the communication to create a new sense of vision, and also to create an opportunity for those who are grieving to find opportunities to, express their grief. Now, leadership again is very important because one, it minimizes delays, it boosts the confidence of those who are working in that place, and it provides direction. And very often when a crisis occurs, people need direction. So they always look to leaders, but they always look to influencers to understand the direction they should take. And if you check, generally speaking, it happens in every sphere. So for example, if there's a road traffic accident, we are very quick to recognize those who are influencers in that place, who are asking people to move in a certain direction. And when people recognize that this person seems to know what they're speaking about, people listen and they follow instructions. So when a crisis occurs in your organization, if you're an employer, you're a head of HR, or you're a mental health champion or an influencer of some sort in your organization, they will look to you for direction. And so you need to have a strategy that will allow you also to focus on following clearly outlined guidelines rather than being spontaneous and creative, which will produce unpredictable results depending on different levels of resilience and skills and capacity as well. So you also need to make this strategy to allow for easy decision making, because these are very critical. So remember we talked about having and understanding the kinds of risks that can occur in the workplace, and then identifying who the key stakeholders are, who can help you disseminate information correctly to those who are working with your team. And these are also in different cadres. So if you have a really large organization and you have a pool of transport professionals who are the drivers within that organization, they communicate within themselves. So it's important to also recognize those who are influencers in that space, who can channel the right information to their teams and help manage the emotional outcomes that may occur because of the crisis that may have taken place. So we need to recognize those key stakeholders. We need to also brainstorm for possible solutions when a plan hasn't been created, and of course make critical small decisions rather than the big immediate decisions. And those are simple things like checking on the welfare of those who are working that. Sometimes those kinds of events help employees feel seen, and also help to boost their confidence and morale, and also helps them to open up, which will allow the organization to create proper channels to help resolve or provide a more comfortable environment for those that work there. Now we need to also focus on this, because very often when we talk about crisis management, there's a cycle. Right? The first thing you want to do is mitigate. The other thing you want to do is respond. But in order to mitigate, it means that you also need to begin to put preventive measures in place in your workplace to ensure that your employees are feeling a sense of ownership, a sense of safety, and then that allows them to drive a sense of purpose and also be a part of the organization, and are motivated to become more productive and produce more results for those who are working there. So it is important to create channels that allow, members of staff to express feelings of stress, so how to manage burnout, how to manage grief, how to manage, the post-trauma events that occur because of a crisis that might have occurred in that place. Now, generally, there are different strategies that have existed globally, and very often the focus for mental health professionals is to create an employee assistance program. The program is such a huge strategy that can make a significant difference when we are trying to measure the outcomes of our workers. On one hand, what we're looking at is how to use the programs to measure on a day-to-day operational level things that we can put in place to support the well-being of those who work in the organization. And the good thing about EAPs also is that they're a double loop system, right? As much as you're putting in resources to provide support for employees, you're also getting response from the employees to understand what is going on at the moment with them, and then also be able to respond appropriately by creating whatever strategies are required to ensure that they're being taken care of. We also need to monitor employees' engagement, pay attention to their behaviors, like we talked about, also have engagement with those who are critical stakeholders and influencers with different, groups of employees, either middle management or based on different cadres, so that we're able to get that feedback from them as well, then understand the kinds of channels that need to be created and what kind of resources and products can be put together to also support them. Very importantly, I think we also need to begin to consider that in every crisis event, it becomes critical to have debriefing sessions with your employees, to provide opportunities for them to express their concerns or their struggles, so that even as an organization, you can also build either better communication if the solutions that they were looking for already exist, and then are able to provide them the answers that they're looking for, or also then take feedback from them to help you to change the approach with which you're trying to provide the support that they will require during that time. Again, the emphasis is that the more we're able to demonstrate that we are creating a safe environment within the workplace for those who work with us or work for us, there's a higher level that they tend to become more committed and take sense of ownership and have purpose within that organization and bring the results and the productivity that we're often looking for within the workplace. And of course, with every cycle, like any kind of crisis event, you create mitigation strategies, you respond to those events, and then you also help to recover. But then the other component that we also need to emphasize on is to learn from the crisis. So regardless of what happened from the different crisis events, for example, the COVID pandemic provided an opportunity to learn about how employees respond when there is an epidemic or a pandemic, and then also create the kind of channels and content that can help provide the resources they need to be better informed and then take better decisions regarding their lives and their well-being. Also to understand how diseases and epidemics have also demonstrated that it has a significant impact on people's mental health. And that has also created opportunities to create programs to support employees when they are struggling with any kind of crisis. Again, when deaths also occur in a workplace, beyond the immediate support provided to the loved ones of that person who has passed, it's also important to create opportunities for those who work in that place, especially those who are working closely with the loved one or with a colleague, to have opportunities to grieve, to have opportunities to also recover, because when they do recover from this event, it also allows you to become more productive. It also gives them a sense of oneness, knowing that the organization is also looking out for their well-being. But it's all part of a really important stage of events that need to take place. So learning from the crisis also provides you feedback on what you could have done better, or what works and what can be maintained, and what needs to be changed completely. And I think the more we do all of these things, we tend to create the kind of environment that would evolve, because the world is changing and the way workplace exists today is very different from what it used to be. If we are going to attract the kinds of people that we need in our workplace to create the kinds of products or create the level of productivity that we're looking for, we need to begin to look beyond just physical health and safety. We'll also begin to explore the mental health, safety, and well-being as well because these are the drivers, especially those who are working in the corporate world. You would understand that an active mind is the most important component for the business. So beyond providing the technology, providing the other infrastructures, ensuring that the person is also mentally well becomes a very important component of getting the best out of those who work with you. So we need to put these strategies in place. First of all, establish proper communication channels, identify those who are key stakeholders and influencers, create strong leadership. Okay, but focus again is on honesty, on candor, and also frequent communication, and then providing them access to resources that would allow them to deal with the crisis or deal with the grief or deal with the trauma of whatever may have occurred, and also provide you opportunities to learn on the organization's behavior and things you can do to improve workplace productivity. And I'd like to end with this quote by Andy Gilman that says, "The secret of crisis management is not good versus bad, it's preventing the bad from getting worse." Thank you for your attention, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Dr. Tolu, for that. That was a masterclass in record time and very, very instructive. Very instructive. I like how you also identified. I mean, in your final remarks, you did a recap of all the 4 areas that you had touched: strong leadership, a communication strategy, or an appropriate communication strategy. You talked about the need for a process flow. You also talked about resource mobilization, and I like what you ended with as well. It's not good versus bad. When you talk about crisis intervention, it's about preventing bad from getting worse. And you said so many things about candor over charisma. You talked about ownership and safety. You talked about being able to express stress and manage burnout. And I think that these are things a lot of us on the call are listening to and saying, look, I could take this back on Monday to the workplace and start implementing. I think there's a collective responsibility to everyone, both the employees and the employers. So I think we would probably just take a question. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience for Dr. Tolu. I know it's a keynote that we typically don't have questions for keynotes, but maybe there's one question we want to bring up and have you respond to that. Otherwise, I would just quickly throw in my own question. I would say that from what we're seeing, especially in terms of crisis, earlier in the year, was having a conversation with the futurist who was saying, look, we're in for more crisis. We're not supposed to expect that there won't be any crisis at all as long as we're living beings. If you were, Dr. Tolu, based on your experience and all you shared today, if you were to speak to someone who was listening today and who's completely overwhelmed with what's going on now, not mindful of what's ahead, what is that one thing? You might call it a strategy, but what is that one thing they can do or they should be very, very mindful of in dealing with crisis in the future? There's crisis now. You talked about the quote, preventing bad from getting worse. What is that one thing, maybe just in 60 seconds, that you would advise them to take seriously or be mindful of ahead of the future? So
are you asking for an employer or a colleague or an employee within that space? Because I think the strategy will be different depending on who we're targeting.
Let's say an employee. Let's say an employee. Yeah, because I think they typically would form the critical mass, wouldn't they?
True. So I think the first panel has spoken very significantly around that subject, and around the subject of mental health first aid. And I think we need to emphasize on that a little bit more with time. It's a whole program that would help people learn how to manage their own distress and also help to manage the distress of others. These are training programs, just like you would, like we spoke about the regular first aid programs. They're training programs that we need to encourage a lot more people to do. because beyond even the workplace, it allows us to become useful gatekeepers within the community. So imagine that you're on your way to work and you see someone who's trying to jump off the plane. If you have some training in mental health first aid, you will learn about de-escalation techniques. You will learn about how to be able to manage the person up until professional help can also arrive. So mental health first aid is very, very, very important, not only in the workplace, but in every crisis and situation. For employees, if you find the opportunity, please get the resources and provide some training for yourself. And if you're an employer, it's really strongly recommended that it's something that you must be introduced to the workplace, and then train key people who will be the mental health first aiders within the organization, such that when those kinds of events happen, there is an immediate support that can be provided.
Awesome. Wow, thank you. I love that part you said, train mental health first aiders. That's amazing. They become the gatekeepers in terms of preventing bad from getting worse. What a wonderful way to summarize everything you've shared today. Thank you so much, Dr. Tolu, for sharing your thoughts and insights with us. I want to encourage everyone who's joining us to follow him as well on social media. There's so much you can learn from Dr. Tolu and his wealth of experience. Where can we find you on social media, Dr. Tolu? Do you want to share your handles?
So you can follow me at Lagos Mind. That is our primary mental health channel. So we provide a lot of information and communication.
Awesome. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, everyone.
Do enjoy. Hope you stick around with us for the rest of the conference. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So we're moving on. That was quite an interesting conversation or presentation, I would say, by Dr. Tolu. If you would like to just share in the comments, I want to see a lot more activity in the comments. What are your key takeaways from everything he shared? He talked about communication. What resonated the most with you? Fumi Max Deborah says, I need to watch this over and over again. You said it right, Fumi Max. Yes, so much packed in this. I told you at the beginning that we have this session packed with value. All right, so you can follow him at Lagos Mind as well. So we're going very quickly into the next panel. We have another panel, and when he spoke about EAPs, he spoke about employee assistance programs. And my next panel, I won't be moderating. It will be moderated by the convener of the conference, Mr. Toluche Francis. And they're going to be discussing the topic, leveraging employee assistance programs. Dr. Tolu alluded to that in his presentation. They're going to be delving deeper into it. And I don't think there are any better experts to have these conversations than the two ladies I'm about to introduce before I hand over quickly to Mr. Toluche. The first one is Angel Yinkori. Angel is a consultant psychologist who provides therapeutic services to both corporate clients and private individuals within and outside Nigeria. Now, her areas of expertise, listen to this, are trauma therapy and behavior management, okay? She's not only a practicing psychologist, she's a sought-after speaker, all right? Now, she's going to be joining us to discuss employee accountability programs alongside another distinguished guest, who is Dr. Bujubola Abiri. She is a consultant psychiatrist, lecturer, managerial psychologist, professional speaker, mental health content creator, and she is the chief executive director of RedMed Consulting Services. Now, she has received trainings from King's College London, University of Washington, and the prestigious Harvard University. So we have very passionate people, very capable, value loaded, who are going to be delving into this conversation around leveraging employee assistance programs. So please make sure that you're sharing your takeaways, your nuggets on social media. The handles remain. Don't forget, it's EA Mental Health at Work. Mental Health at Work, that's the hashtag. And then Mental Health Month, that's the hashtag. So I will be handing over now to Mr. Tuleshe, who's the convener. He's going to be moderating this panel. Okay, so make sure you sit tight and enjoy this conversation. And I will be back after the panel to take us further in. Don't go anywhere. So over to you, Tuleshe. I will be handing over the reins for your conversation with our two amazing speakers this afternoon over here. Well, this morning over here, Lagos, Nigeria. Remember the hashtag, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag is MH at work. It's together, and the at is the symbol at. Okay, and then you could also use the hashtag Mental Health Month. The month of May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. All right. So we will be having a convener any moment from now. Once I see him come up, I will hand over the microphone to him. Okay, and we're bringing in our speakers right now. Awesome, awesome, fantastic. Hello, Dr. Monjubola. I hope I pronounced it properly.
Very spot on. Thank you, Osarime. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice over to you, Tuleshe.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from. It's good to have those beautiful ladies on here. Don't mind, the three of us are wearing the pair of glasses. What's happening here? Right. It's good to have the three of you here with me. Dr. Monjubola, I've known her for a long time, and as well as Angel. And so we'll be discussing something I'm very passionate about, which has to do with employee assistance programs. And these two panelists are specifically chosen because they do these with companies and organizations. So I'm going to start with Angel. You just briefly run us through what you think the primary objectives of EAP really is. Thank you.
Okay, hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So EAPs basically are employee assistance programs, right? And the name is in the meaning, right? It's basically a system where the company prioritizes the well-being of its employees. And in my industry, that is mental health, right? So we all know we live in a world where there are numerous stressors, right? And that affects productivity. However, when a company prioritizes productivity alone over its employees, then you have ineffective like work-life balance and stressors, right? So employee assistance programs are set up in such a way where the company, yes, it's prioritizing productivity, but not at the detriment of health of its employees. And that is where we come in as EAPs, where we provide mental health support to the employees. So I would say that's like a layman, simple definition for that.
Defining EAP and easy to understand. Dr. Monjubola, do you want to share your thoughts on this?
Well, thank you very much, Tuleshe, and it's nice having myself and Angel on the conversation. I think that, the conversation will, of course, not be complete without talking about the origins of the EAP and how it dates back as far back as 1940s, initially introduced as a program from, industrial alcoholism. And so again, to add on to what Angel has said, the EAP, of course, is an employee assistance program that is organization provided. It's confidential, short-term counseling service, for employees who have difficult challenges. And I think that over time, what we need to, reiterate to people is that quite often, people often misconstrue that EAP equals mental health. And so whenever you try to have that conversation with, organizations or individuals, decision makers at the helm of affairs of organizations, they tell you, no, especially because, of the stigma and discrimination and, of course, ignorance that comes with the conversation around mental health. But, of course, in this age and time, what we must reiterate is the fact that EAPs do not look out only for mental health, but EAP looks out for wellness. And of course, when we look at the pillars of wellness, we're talking physical, emotional, occupational, spiritual, intellectual, social, the all works. The all, 8 pillars of wellness. And so, in discussing EAPs, it's essentially important from the outset to let people understand so that they can be open to and leverage on, the support that the EAP is able to provide for them, first as individuals, and then as an organization. And then, of course, we always know that, the bottom line of any organization is to improve the ROI. But like, Angel rightly said, improving that, ensuring productivity, ensuring effectiveness at the workplace, but not at the detriment of the people who do the work for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Let's go quickly to sharing with us how you think EAPs contribute to employee well-being and mental health support in the workplace, especially in the face of crisis. I will go back to Dr. Abiri.
All right. So again, a crisis situation, just as we heard in the keynote speech, is pretty much one that would, influence quite negatively an individual's safety, sanity, security, and stability. You just feel like, things are all over the place. You don't feel well. You don't feel safe. You don't feel secure. And clearly what that does at the workplace, a bit of context is the fact that, the WHO says that work is good for health. And again, we also know that health is not just mental. Health is physical, mental, and social, in addition to, again, the pillars of wellness. However, a negative workplace is detrimental, not just to physical wellness, but to mental wellness as well. And so regardless of the, numbers we may be churning out, the monies we may be making, the appearances organizations may seem to be, showing up, we must pay attention to the fact that quite a lot of organizations are toxic and quite a lot of organizations are going through crisis situations. Usually when I speak on mental health in the workplace, I talk about the fact that if you saw a banner on the day you were going to your office and it said that working here may be dangerous to your health and sanity, would you take the job? And you'd find that, some people would actually say, oh, yes, I'll take it. I still want to see what it is about. I want to explore if the money is good. And people give you, all sorts of reasons to take the job. However, being able to attend to crisis at the workplace is extremely important because, again, while most times when we see people who come to do the work, people don't show up they don't come out of under a rock. People come out from homes, from environments where they're dealing with quite a number of real life issues. And if we say that we want to ignore all that they're dealing with in their homes and all that we want them to do is work, then, we're just lying to and deceiving ourselves. And so, of course, we must realize that EAPs will provide support for personal difficulties, job stress, relationship difficulties, substance abuse problems, harassment at the workplace, separation and loss, balancing work and family. Sometimes it's financial difficulties, sometimes it's legal issues, or even family violence. And so you see, everything that previous employers would have said, it's not our business. The EAP takes it on and says that this is our business, because at the end of the day, you want to cater to the people who do the work to ensure that at the end of the day, your work is done well and everybody is happy.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you. Angel, I have a question for you, and this has to do with how do you think EAPs help in addressing workplace stress and burnout? I mean, so that people don't just hear us talk about EAPs. How do you think, or can you share with us how EAPs help deal or address work stress and burnout? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start from the end of the question, which is talking about stress, right? So thousands of years ago, when we talk about stress and we were early humans and living in caves and all of that, stress was a lion chasing after you or a cheetah, right? But now, what is stress? We don't have lions, at least we don't have Lagos, right? What is stress in today's modern world? Stress is work, stress is family, stress is finances, stress is government, stress is policies, right? So when we talk about stress, while the modality of stress and what causes us stress is no longer lions and animals and all of that, the cortisol levels which rise when you are stressed are still the same. So biologically, we still respond to stress pretty much the same like we've done for thousands of years. Right. So when you talk about how then do you manage stress during the EAPs, when you see an EAP or there's an EAP program in a company or organization, one of the questions a lot of clients will ask is, oh, will this be discussed with my employer? right? Because a lot of times one of the stressors is the workplace, right? So they want to make sure it doesn't go back to the employer, but also it's things that are private to them as well. As Dr. Abiri said, it can be the home, it can be family, it can be your marriage, it can be your children, you know. So when we talk about this, the EAP looks at what particular stressors are affecting you. Because again, I think of health not as there's physical health and there's mental health. I think of health as the figure eight, right? So your physical health feeds into your mental health, feeds back and back and back and forth, right? So it's really important that the EAP recognizes what are the stressors you're experiencing, whether within or outside the workplace, and starts to address each of these. So if it's the family, you choose the approach that would work for that. If it's the workplace, if it's a work manager, if it's children or whatever, right? So in terms of balancing that, you would first have to identify the stressor. What is the origin of that stress? And a lot of times, what stresses a person in present day may not be rooted in present day. So a person can present with anxiety in the workplace, and then you do the origin story work of anxiety, and you realize it's not your manager that started this anxiety. You've been anxious since childhood or since your teenage years, or was a parent or something like that. So EAPs are really efficient in recognizing what the origin story of an issue is that may not be grounded in the workplace. Some people will say, oh, this boss is difficult, this boss is this. And then you do the work and you realize where it's coming from. So while it sounds like the EAPs are just centered for the workplace, it goes way, way beyond that to the stories that came before and after the workplace or during the workplace. So in doing that and addressing that, you address what the stressor is and you help the client or you help the employee.
Thank you very much, Angel, for that very deep answer in terms of helping us understand what stress is now and how over time that has changed. So this question is for both of you, but I'll start with Angel. And it's so we're talking about crisis intervention, and we're looking at support tools that are available within organizations or that organizations can leverage on. I want to ask. We have changing demographics in organizations. These days we hear a lot about Gen Zs, about millennials, and the conflict that it sometimes have in the workplace. So here's my question: do you think that organizations leveraging on EAPs can help create this balance to avoid conflict or crisis within an organization? I think I will start with Angel.
Okay, so in terms of age demographic sensitivity, I think this is a really interesting question because I see it in some of the companies I consult with. So each generation approaches work and different cultural topics very differently. So for example, with Gen Zs that are prone to change companies over time, right? That is a far cry from the boomer generation where they would stay in companies 25, 30 years, right? And so you see conflict even with parents and children. It's like, why are you changing companies? You've only been here a year or two. And the Zs or millennials will say, oh, they prioritize different things, right? They prioritize their mental health. They prioritize not working in toxic environments. And the boomers will be like, oh, we just stayed in the company. There was no moving. If you had a toxic boss, you stayed with them for 1 decade, and if you were promoted, you moved on, right? So in terms of crisis-specific interventions, I do think it's very important to look at age demographic-specific interventions and see what works for each generation. So what is important to a millennial may be different from what is important to a Gen Z, different from what is important to Gen X or a boomer, you know. So it's really important that even in our interventions, we are aware of the cultural sensitivity. So one of the things I hear clients in private practice, especially those in the diaspora, for example, will say, oh, they've worked with maybe a white therapist or someone from the Western world, and the issues they would talk about would not be affirmed in the same way as if they were working with someone who had the cultural sensitivity of that culture. So there are specific things in our culture that are stressors that may not be understood by someone properly who is not in the culture. So in terms of when you talk about crisis intervention, it's really important that companies are also aware of that age demographic sensitivity in how they apply those interventions. Because how you will intervene in workplace conflict between a 25-year-old and a 40-year-old may be different with how you experience between two 40 to 50-year-olds. right? So it's a really important niche thing for companies to look at, especially when you're drafting policy. So yes, there are blanket policies that may cover the entire organization, but HR personnel, EAPs also have to be sensitive to what is important to this individual, this generation demographic, and things like that, even when we're approaching crisis. So if you look at COVID, for example, and how the world approached it, a lot of young people were on the internet talking about it, right? And then another demographic was on WhatsApp, right? A different demographic was on Twitter, and some people it was video. So it's really important that even in mental health interventions, we take all of these little nuances into consideration and not just apply maximum or just broad overview policy and think, oh, this is going to work for everyone. It doesn't always work like that because people are unique individual beings with unique individual needs, even in moments of crisis. So, yeah.
Do you want to share your thoughts with us?
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I think in addition to what, Angela said, it's important to highlight that the future is here. Future is not a destination we're, speaking about, or a place where we had hoped that we would, get to it someday. And so when you start to talk about the fact that the future is already here, and I think that got, very much imprinted in our minds when the COVID-19 pandemic, happened. And the conversation then tilted towards the fact that work is not exactly a place that we go, but something that we do. Of course, for some of us, we still had to go to work. But it's extremely important that, people start becoming very aware, rather, and very informed about the fact that there are contemporary issues in the workplace, largely because of the generational gaps that we find in the workplace. Angel, alluded to it when she spoke about, the traditionalists, the boomers, Gen Zs, the millennials, and how everybody brings different energies, burst of energies, expectations to work. And so you're having challenges with communication styles, recruitment, policies and programs. I remember a few years ago, a young man had taken up a job in an organization and they were going to be paying him millions. And he looked at them and he said, so I understand that I've gotten this job, but how many days will I be working from home? And everyone is looking at him like, there have been people here who have been working for God knows how many years and nobody has ever asked this kind of question. And so it's particularly important to be very aware of the kind of organization that we're working with, the kind of demographics that we're working with. And of course, understanding what the EAP will do for each demographic. What the EAP might do for a baby boomer may be different from what an EAP may be able to offer to a Gen Z. I remember, managing a client a few years ago, and her biggest problem was that HR was sharing her medical reports with everyone in the organization. Someone who is older may not, so keyword may not, be offended. But this young lady was extremely offended, and she took up, the organization and took them to the cleaners. Pretty much, legal intervention and all of that. So it's important that we are aware of the demographics that we're working with. We're aware of the specific industry that we're working with. And at the end of the day, of course, it's extremely important not just to serve people, a potpourri and just tell them, oh, this is the EAP, take it in, suck it down your throats. No. Do a needs assessment, be able to identify what exactly each company needs and how each company, will have the EAP work for them. An instance that I would give was an organization that had been doing so well, but all of a sudden they noticed that, the rates, the ROI was dropping, productivity was dropping, and they decided to do certain things without doing a needs assessment. At the end of the day, they found out, eventually after calling a consultant in, doing a needs assessment, that the reason why their work was struggling was largely because of the fact that quite a number of women who were doing the work, all of them had babies at the same time, and they were struggling with how it was that they were going to get their children to work. And so what did this organization eventually do? Brilliant idea. This organization eventually decided, you know what, let's get a crutch and put it in here. And so we need to, be able to identify the specific need of the organization, customize what it is that we're trying to do, tailor-make it to the organization and the demographic, and not just think that, well, it's such a beautiful program, let's adopt it. It can be dead on arrival if you don't know exactly what it is that your team needs. Of course, another, part of the conversation is that beyond putting the mechanisms in place, the EAP in place, is that we must continually monitor and evaluate it. Is it working? Do we need to change something? There's something else we should be bringing in. Are we focusing too much on this area? Are we getting back from the people? Of course, you'd have champions, people who champion the cause and the conversation, and people who will continue to, talk about it, speak about it, such that everyone in the organization feels like this thing is for me. People need to have a sense of ownership of the EAP. Otherwise, again, it's another factor that will make it dead on our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. G. I just want to say here that if you have a question, you could just last one for you. At what point organizations draw EAPs? Angel, please.
Sorry, I didn't get that. The network is a bit shaky.
At what point organizations deploy EAPs?
At what point should organizations deploy EAPs? I think at the point they have employees, so from the start, right? Because it's in the name, Employee Assistance Program, right? I do understand that there's context in terms of like financial and, every organization has its points in time of introducing certain things, right? But EAPs, like Dr. Abiri said, is all encompassing. So yes, we are specific to the mental health aspect, but even, HMO and things like that, like the crutch that she, mentioned, are things that assist your employees. So gone are the days when the only things that assisted your employees are leave days, right? Like Dr. Abiri said, we are now in the future. That is not all you can give. Like a lot of people, when they bring their employment contracts now, it's not just the pay, it's not just the leave, it's not just the PTO. It is, do you have a therapist, in-house therapist in your organization, right? Is there wellness benefits, right? Is there HMO coverage to see a psychiatrist if need be? The world is getting more aware of mental health issues and trauma and things like that. And a lot of people have realized that it's not just the door that you can lock and like, oh yeah, this happened in my childhood, let's throw away the key. It's affecting you today as an adult. It's affecting you even in the workplace. Just like the example I gave of people that struggle with communication and anxiety in the workplace. I'm thinking, oh, this started, in this office. But no, it didn't. It started way before. The body remembers, So it's really important that companies are aware of this. So even if you may not have, a standby in-house therapist, it can be trainings, it can be monthly, bi-monthly, annual, just something that shows your employees that you actually care about more than just what they're contributing to the bottom line and to the ROI. Because like the example she gave, yes, you have a target, yes, you have all of these, but if your workers are not fine, if your employees are not fine, it's all to naught, right? And that's why needs assessment is so important, because it's not only the employees' needs, it's the organizational needs. What is your leadership style? What is your HR style? How does this all tie in together? So an EAP for me is necessary from the beginning of an organization, but in what capacity is what the conversation will now be. Because again, it is work, right? It's not free, it's not, and stuff like that. So it is something that is necessary from the moment you have employees, but then you can then decide on organizational capacity and what you can do.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Doc?
Yeah, so to lend my voice to that, I think that what I would like to add is, in other countries, of course, we don't want to speak about the Western countries, but even countries in Africa, notably South Africa, you'd find that it is mandatory that once you have, a certain number of staff, you must have the EAP. It's not either or, it's compulsory. Especially because what it would look like is that you're just playing with the lives of the staff that you have. And of course, that conversation has gone beyond just providing, HMO care, physical health care. What happens to, their minds, the rest of their lives when they're doing the work or trying to get things to work? So it's extremely important that EAPs are on ground, people are informed, people are aware. And also, Nigerians, we need to move that conversation. And so that conversation must move from the fact that, it's just trendy, maybe it's just, they're talking about it, or being just responsive because a trauma has happened. And that's what I usually see, the fact that a trauma has happened, and that's why the organization is, running kit just to, make things happen. Put it in place, make it happen, make it fundamental, make it a part of the conversation. Otherwise, the people will suffer. And I think, this is the point in place where I would say that beyond being trauma-informed, so there's this conversation about trauma-informed workplaces, trauma-informed workplaces. What have we done with all the information that we have about trauma? And And so beyond trauma-informed workplaces, we should start to look at trauma-responsive workplaces. And so where the EAP then comes in for me is not just about feeding us with data, but what have we done with data we've garnered from all over the years, from different organizations and different companies, and even from companies in Nigeria. So again, let's move from, just speaking about it to actually putting action in place and making it happen. Thank you.
Dr. Gonjibola Abiri and Angel Ikore. So this is a challenge to organizations to set up EAPs in their organizations. It's not as expensive as you think it is, because it's a situation of preventive rather than wait for when you want to correct it. So, I mean, most times people have challenges and it affects productivity. So there's someone that they can talk to. It helps either mitigate that or even helps them to seek that help that they need. And it's cheaper, at some point than individual platforms. You can have group or company-wide trainings or conversations around it. I can see that we don't have any questions, and I wouldn't want to delay our panelists. You can find them on social media, Dr. Gonjibola. She has a character on Instagram called Antiramota. She's consistently teaching about mental health, no health without mental health. Please check her out, Gonjibola Abiri on Instagram. I don't know Angel on Instagram, but I know she's on Twitter. Angel, what's your handle on Instagram?
Website. No, you can just follow me from my website, wct.com.ng. That's the fastest way to reach me professionally.
Great. So thank you very much, both of you. I'm grateful. Enjoy the rest of the program. Please follow us from the sidelines. Thank you. Sarume, over to you.
Thank you.
It's been so much information. Thank you so much to Lucia. Thank you to Angel. Thank you to Dr. Abiri for that. Lots and lots of information. I hope you are not overwhelmed just yet, because we have so much more to come. But we will keep the time to make sure that we aren't delaying you, our audience joining from different parts of the world. This is a Saturday and you have other things to do. So let's go very quickly into the next panel. And after this panel, we're going to be having an interlude, a presentation by someone in the creative space. I'm not going to divulge any information just yet, so stick around to find out what exactly we have in store for you. The next panel conversation is going to be around the role of human resource in mental health crisis intervention. The role of human resource in mental health crisis intervention. We heard so much from Angel and Dr. Abiri to Lucia just now. We're going deeper into it, but looking at it through the role of human resources. And we have capable speakers to really dissect this topic. The first of our speakers today on this topic is Kemi Shonubi. Kemi Shonubi is a licensed human resources executive with multi-sectoral experience and a deep expertise in people management, organizational development, and strategic planning. She's currently the Director of People, Culture, Experience, and Operations at TBC Communications, where she also works to create an environment that positions employees to reach their fullest potential. She's a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants Nigeria and a certified management consultant. She's an avid reader and she loves to write articles and stories. She does a lot with human resources and I remember meeting her many years ago on a particular program we worked together on. So she's here and she's going to be discussing. The next panelist, she's joined by another panelist who is Francis Arihialam. And Francis is a human resource professional and an applied psychotherapist. His established experience as an applied mental health practitioner spans the field of cognitive behavior therapy, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder counseling, depression treatment, and dysfunctional behavior treatment. He's graduated with a Bachelor's of Arts in Religion from the University of Benin. He currently sits as the head of Human Resources West Africa at AutoCheck. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our two speakers. Now, this conversation will be moderated by another incredible gentleman, Victor Onyekere. Victor is our moderator for this conversation. He'll be driving this, and he is popularly known as the strategist. Victor is a multidimensional venture builder and a startup operator with close to a decade experience working with startups across diverse sectors in Africa. And he's worked directly to launch over 20 startups with a combined revenue of $700 million plus. Victor, you're welcome, and I'm looking forward to this conversation with these incredible speakers you have here, Kemi and Francis. So I'll hand over to you as you take the conversation away. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from different parts of the world. It's great to be here at the Mental Health at Work conference, and phenomenal conversations have been happening, right up from when this conference started, and it's really been quite amazing. And the issue of mental health, concerns us all. I mean, there is always a saying that there is no health outside of mental health, and there is no life outside of mental health. And this is a very, very, phenomenal conversation. So we're going to just jump right into this panel session, and I have with me two detectable, individuals who are well accomplished in the human resource space, and I have so much respect for them. Kemi, it's great to have you on this panel.
Hello, Victor. Good. Okay, we're still in morning, 4 minutes to afternoon. Good morning, Victor. Good morning, Francis, and everyone else that's watching. It's lovely to be here. It's been a minute. Thank you very much.
All right. Francis, it's great to have you. How are you doing, brother?
Very, very, very great. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Kemi. Thanks for the invite. Let's dive right into it.
All right. So we've got about 15 minutes to do this. And if you've got questions, please just punch it on the YouTube comment section, and we're going to pick it. All right. So if anything jumps at you, please tweet at it and use our hashtag mental health at work. Right. So, put it on Instagram, put it on Facebook, Twitter, take a selfie, and just share some nuggets that from what you're getting from this conference. So let's start off, Kemi. There's always a stigma with mental health, right? I mean, nobody likes to talk about it. It's almost likened to the issues of like sexual assaults or rape cases. There's always that stigma. I don't want to say my mental health. Let me just calm down, and keep working. I recall somebody who took 1 week off work, in the United States. And what was the reason? I broke up my relationship, and it began to affect, my mental health. And the boss says, "Oh, we're so sorry, we're hugging you, take the week off, and just come back and be refreshed." I know that could almost never happen in Nigeria, right? There's always that stigma, about Kemi. What would you say about this stigma with mental health, especially within the Nigerian workplace setting?
Okay, like you rightfully said, Victor, there is a stigma, and I think it also stems from our culture, cultural undertone, cultural injections and what have you. Back in the day, when people were said to have mental cases or mental issues, you were said to be mad. Especially in Africa, mental issues are categorized as you have to tear your cloth, you have to walk on the road. Some people had such mental issues and they used to hide their family members. So I believe a workshop or conference such as this and continuous conversations from both medical practitioners and even organizations will re-emphasize the need for everyone to understand that there shouldn't be stigma associated. But the truth of the matter is, it's out there. And I'll use a classical example. Coincidentally, I was interviewing a few people on, I think it was on the public holiday on Wednesday. And one of my candidates, while I was engaging her and asking specific questions about her current role, she even pointed out that she had left the organization about 6 months prior to this interview. So I was trying to find out and glean more information as to the reasons she left. She, usual fashion, tried to just say, oh, I left, but I was quite impressed that she opened up, even though it took a lot of specific questions that I asked. And she said she basically was told to go. When you hear somebody's told to go, the first thing that comes to your mind is, oh, is it performance related? Is it that the person did something? Is it fraud related and all that? But she shared that she actually suffered some grief. She had lost somebody and was still dealing with that. And I think she lost another person in the workplace and it deteriorated after that. Of course, I didn't want to start asking her, oh, why did you lose your job? But the connection to that. So I can imagine someone not owning up to that, not being able to talk about that. And I remember that myself and my team, when we're reviewing the feedback from that interview, we're asking questions like, it would be good to know why, why did they let her go? Because I asked her, she said it was performance based. Of course, on an interview, I can't start asking specific questions, but to your question, Victor, there is stigma. But I believe if more people like what we're doing here step into the light, as it were, and come out and explain to people that instead of hiding in fear or shame or whatever, we need to be bold enough to even identify when those issues come up. So the onus may be on some of us who are involved in these conversations in guiding people so that they have the confidence to step out into the light, as we call it, and speak genuinely and get help. Because it's like having malaria, if you don't talk about it to a doctor or pharmacist like some of us go and, you don't get treated. You suffer in silence, and before you know what, it deteriorates further. So that would be my first response to your question. Thank you very much, Victor.
All righty. Thank you so much, Emmy. That was phenomenal. I'm just going to move over to, Francis. And by the way, let me use this opportunity in this global conference to just confer upon Francis, with a doctorship title. So Dr. Francis Arihilam. But Francis, let's talk about, when a colleague tells another colleague, I'm going through some, bouts of mental health imbalance, maybe a little bit of depression. You hear things like, guy, forget that thing, Jared, let's all get it together. So what would you say is the role of HR professionals, managers, people and culture lead at different companies in Nigeria? What would be their role in ensuring that employees speak up without fear of being judged?
All right, thank you very much, Rita, and thank you very much, Kemi, by the way, for that. I think the first point is really education. So there is a popular concept that we've all heard about, but I think it needs to go from just talking about it to actually it being in practice, and that's what you call psychological safety in the workplace. Now, when you talk about psychological safety in the workplace, it has to do with the ability for you to make what is called learning mistakes, right? Where you make mistakes and then you have the freedom to say, I do not know, without necessarily being judged. So if that culture doesn't exist in the first place, where there's psychological safety, we cannot talk about, mental health problems or mental health issues or mental health challenges in the workplace. So there has to first be that culture of safety in the organization. And it starts with, managers. And what exactly then is the role of HR? Every time HR is very interesting because there is the expectation that HR will solve all of the problems. Well, quite a responsibility if you ask me, but then it's beyond just that. Now, what HR professionals can do or will do is to engage line managers and educate them on the impact of mental health on the bottom line, right? And the impact of the psychologically safe workplace on the bottom line. And now that's where the conversation now begins to pique, interest. I know I've heard this a long time ago that it's a workplace, it's not necessarily a love lounge. And that's where I would start also from having another kind of conversation, which is before you open up, be sure that you're opening up to the right person, right? Be sure that you're opening up to the right person. And like I said, the role of what HR can do is to drive the conversation around psychological safety in the workplace and the impact of that on revenue, on company growth, on culture, on, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, another thing I really would also just touch on as well, and the Octopus mentioned it when he was talking about it, is education around understanding the different personality types and styles of the employees, right? And I think that is very, 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 very critical, where we learn about each other. We tend to understand each other. Now, for example, there's a training I've been privileged to facilitate that has to do with insight and discovering, the different personality styles of each individual. And one of the things that does for you is when you see your colleague experiencing something out of their ordinary behavior, you know that something is really wrong, right? So that's how I would start by answering that question. The role of HR is really, really educating the organization on the need to put in place measures, systems, ways of working that promote psychological safety in the workplace, where people can make learning mistakes, where people can speak up, where people can raise their hands and say, I do not know, and I am willing to learn. And they will not be victimized or judged, or, snide comments will not be made, or, things like that. It is only then that people can begin to open up and talk about the issues that they're having.
Wow, thank you so much, Francis. I'm going back to Kemi now. Let's take this a little bit a notch higher, and let's go a bit more practical, right?
Okay.
I'm a HR professional, and I'm trying to build a culture that supports, mental health, a culture that ensures that everyone is aware. And when you walk into a company and then you just know that there's a way they do things here. Maybe there's a culture around performance. There's a culture maybe around learning, maybe learning and growth. You know that it's clear. You don't even need anybody to tell you that, right? How do HR professionals, build that culture where there's a very high level of mental health awareness, not just because it feels like it sits with the HR team and that's it. How does it cut across, retail operations, technology teams, sales? Everybody is very clear there's a culture of mental health awareness. Let's go practical here.
Okay, so like I always tell people, it starts at the top, right? And it's almost impossible to drive change when your leadership is not exemplifying what you're trying to communicate, right? So whatever stage you are at in your HR profession, I think it's important that, yes, you come to this conference, it sounds very dandy and all of that. You need to assess your organization, its readiness and all of that, and get allies to understand where you're coming from. Sometimes HR professionals take on projects just to tick off tasks on the bucket. It has to go beyond that. It can't just be, oh, they told us, mental health is the in thing. We're talking about it. I went for this conference. It's much more bigger than that. So once you, even the HR professional, understands what it means for your organization, just like you rightfully said, whether it's values, culture, and all of that, you can connect the dots, because other speakers before us have spoken about impact on productivity, turnover, healthcare costs, and all of those things when it comes to having this type of conversation being driven across the organization, then you're able to sell it better. So as HR professionals, it's important to first equip yourself after you've gotten the go ahead, the empowerment, the encouragement, and the support from top management, and let them also be in the forefront of dealing and driving that. So we speak about policy development. If you don't put it in your policies, then how do you reference as a point of practicing, right? So policy development, also not for you to just go and document on one paper and you are not from time to time reviewing that. I think we've spoken about training and education. We can't, you cannot emphasize that, you can't take it out. You have to train your HR team on even spotting these things. Now, the previous question you asked about who do you tell? I've had instances where some members of my team have flagged off, and this is not even just in my current place of work. I can almost boldly say in many places I've worked in my capacity as HR, where members of my team have flagged off an issue brewing, telling me that they've noticed this, they're picking on this vibe, they want me to talk to this person because the person has maybe opened up to them, or they just sense, because of a HR business partnering model, they can sense that this thing is going to escalate, right? So you need to train, you need to educate people from time to time. Of course, we've spoken about instituting employee assistance programs across board. Once again, it's not just about a document, oh, we have this. I think one of the previous speakers, the doctor, mentioned that it's mandatory at a point, beyond you saying it's nice to have, you should have it. Promoting work-life balance. I think in her explanations, she mentioned that before now, talking about taking time off work, going home or working from home was a myth, but it's now here to stay, and we need to ensure that we drive the process, the system in ensuring, because you're talking to a CEO about people working from home, he or she may not connect the dots until you can show the workings. Like I always say, how does working from home ensure that my people are still productive? Because like it or not, and I know there may be CEOs at different stages of their careers on this call, first thing is business, money, sustainability, profitability. So when you're saying all this nice to, sometimes they think it's nice to have, you have a key job of ensuring that you show that it is not nice to have, but must have. And these are the reasons. A lot of us shy away from data. You have to tell a story. Absenteeism, what's happening? Why are people falling sick in this department regularly? Why are they taking time off? Because there's a connection. And I think leadership development, I said that at the beginning, which is that we need to empower our managers, all the layers, let them understand that their words, their actions, their inactions, their interactions have an impact. They may not be equipped, because that's another thing. People say mental health, I don't want to deal with it. I don't know, even me, I'm dealing with my mental health. It's not everybody that has the capacity to have real conversations. And when you don't have it, HR people, you are not all going to be psychiatrists or doctors overnight. That's another thing we must be honest with. Be upfront and be able to communicate that you would help them get whatever form of assistance. You can't do everything, but you may step in for a short period while you act as a conduit. Thank you very much, Victor.
All right. Thank you so much, Kemi. So if you're listening from any part of the world right now, we'd like to do three things, right? First, and if you're getting value from this conference, like the YouTube video so that many other people can see it. Drop a comment from some things that Kemi, and Francis has been sharing. And then thirdly, just copy the link and then post on your WhatsApp status, your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram, so that other people, can join in this very, very interesting conversation. So let us move over to Francis, and I'm going to rock the table a little bit here. Francis, I would like you to, fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be very hard. So Francis is currently the head of HR at AutoCheck, a leading automotive, technology company in Africa. And by virtue of the incredible work he does, he gets to manage a large workforce, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa. So that brings a lot of dynamics, a lot of, cultural dynamics, different people, different, age ranges of, employees. So my question is, I know that you have millennials, right? Gen Zs, even maybe Gen Alphas, I don't know, on your workforce. But let's look at the elephant in the room, which is Gen Z, right? There's always this thing with Gen Zs, or when they're not meeting their KPIs, my mental health. And, Gen Zs always want positive vibes only. Any negative vibe, they churn it off. They can even say, you know what, I don't feel like coming to work this morning. I woke up, and my zodiac sign says that I should be home, right? And if I don't obey my zodiac sign, it could affect my mental health, and I'm going to, underperform. So Francis, how do you, so we don't also water down mental health conversation, because I see that, this can be an attempt to water it down. So how do you bring that fine balance between those who actually are having mental health issues, and then with all these whole, zodiac sign, my mental health, and positive vibes? Is there always positive vibes, at the organization?
Okay, thank you very much, Victor. Well done for putting me on the spot, by the way. Okay, so I think the first thing first is to understand, what exactly is mental health issues. And, words like depression is used instead of anger. One of the things I believe is very critical is, like I started earlier, is education. Now, there's a difference between, when you are overwhelmed, when you are angry, when you're frustrated, and when you're depressed. These are three different emotions. They are three separate emotions. Now, but when you keep using I'm depressed for every single situation that you're in, it therefore means that you don't understand exactly what the emotions that you're going through at the time. First of all, I'll say for Gen Zs, I think in fairness to them, they are born in a generation where there's a lot of information, there's a lot of complexities that they're dealing with, and I would say that we should extend some level of empathy to them, because when I listen to a number of them, they speak from a place of not understanding what they are actually going through and expressing it in a way that they best understand, right? So what I do when I find myself in that kind of situation is to engage them by questioning. And, as a licensed therapist that I am, it's a technique that I've always used to get results for my clients, etc. and all that, is to ask, okay, so what do you mean by this? How do you, what is this? How do you mean, where is this coming from? How do you know that you're depressed? What you don't understand? Because you can't just self-diagnose by going on the internet and clicking or searching a few things, and then you say, oh yes, I'm feeling this, right? And then that's on one hand. Now, on the other hand is, adult life can be challenging, right? It cannot be positive vibes all the time. It should not be positive vibes all the time. And again, this is where I believe so much in education, because education is when you replace a closed mind with an open one. That's really what education is. And every time I hear things like this, I just feel like, okay, there's a clog in this mind. Now let's open it by educating. And now that's when I start to ask questions. So adult life comes with challenges. And anybody, the measure of health when it comes to your mind, right, is your ability to remain flexible. The most flexible person, right, is someone who is mentally healthy. Now let's take it from mental health and let's bring it maybe to physiology. One of the reasons why a lot of people go to the gym, for example, is so that they can be more flexible, right? They can move around. Now that's what shows that they're healthy. Now, the person who is able to be more flexible in their thinking, their behavior, their approach towards life, their response and not reaction to situations is considered to be more mentally healthy than the other person, right? Because when things happen, it is how you respond to those things that give it meaning and not necessarily the things that have happened. So now when you hear things like, oh, my zodiac sign, I'm not here to come and dispute or argue against whether zodiac sign is real or not real. I wouldn't really want to get into all of that. But I think that, if we have a lot of Gen Zs in the workplace, and the interesting thing is, you can imagine a situation where you have a Gen Alpha manager and a Gen Z direct report, and you're trying to balance the dynamics, or you have a millennial manager and a Gen Z direct report. There's always the thing like, these people, they're just driving me. They are lazy, they are this, they are that, and these people, they are difficult, they cannot understand our generation. We need the old, we need the new. We need the creativity of the new, we need the strength and the wisdom of the old, right? And that's where, when I'm found in a situation like this, especially when I have Gen Zs, and you have all this, my mental health, the word mental health is used very loosely. I'll be very honest with you. It's used very, very loosely, very, very loosely. When someone is tired, say my mental health. When somebody is overwhelmed, my mental health. When you are tired, you need rest. When you're overwhelmed, you need to shed weight in terms of the amount of work that you're doing, right? If you are exhausted, you need to be able to take a step back and assess what is going on. It's not everything that's about your mental health. So for me, it is educating them, first of all. Then beyond that, creating very, very clear rules of engagement. I think that's one thing that is really very critical, and my takeaway to HR professionals. Clear rules of engagement. There are certain do's, there are certain don'ts. Now, you will definitely ruffle feathers with that, and that's fine. Absolutely, that is fine. It also helps shape their understanding of, in quotes, what the real world really is. So I will leave it at that.
Wow. It's been a phenomenal conversation. Thank you so much, Francis. Thank you, Kemi. I would have loved to rock Kemi's boat, but she's escaped this year's conference. Maybe by next year, if they put me in the same panel with you, I'm going to rock your boat. But Kemi and Francis, it was nice, talking with you. Before I let you guys go, in about 60 seconds each, because I believe that the convener or the organizers of this important conference invited you to come because they've seen what you've been, championing through mental health. And if you've not done the work, I don't think you would have been here to speak. So based on what you've been doing that have worked, right? What would be your final words to, HR managers, HR officers, head of people and culture leads of different companies? What can they do, right, in terms of driving the essence of mental health, right, within the workplace? So Kemi will go first for about 60 seconds, and then Francis will wrap it up.
Okay, thank you very much, Victor. I really wish we had more time, like you said. I would say that the first thing will be try to be a person of courage. When I say being a person of courage in this current terrain of talking about mental health, it requires you having some level of courage to even engage top leadership and even the staff themselves. Be trustworthy. I think that's another very key thing. People need to trust that they can discuss, share with you, and there's no judgment. It's not like when you tell the HR something and then they call you like, look at that, that's going. I'm just saying. People need to be sure that you see them as them, not define them based on what they're dealing with at that point in time. So courage, be a person of trust, and also practice what you preach. If you say that you are a mental health advocate, you are driving this across the organization, let all the actions you take every year be reflective of that. Let people see it in training. Let it be that in every interaction at meeting, somebody, because there are some little things that trigger people who are dealing that you may not take note of. It could be just a snide remark. It could be a comment here and there. So first one is courage. I've said practice what you preach, and then of course be someone who is trustworthy. That will be my point that I will leave with. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Kemi. Francis?
Thank you very much, Tony. First, I would say respect everyone, regardless of their level, their job title, because that's what will really make them bring their hand, heart, and head to work. Respect, right? Very, very critical. And that respect you have for them will open up what Kenya talked about in terms of being able to trust you as a person. Because your job as a HR person, it's very, very, very delicate because you are dealing with trust. The moment trust is gone, every other thing is out the window. So it's important. Respect them and they will trust you. And you must find a fine balance between organizational growth and employee well-being. This thing is, you must be able to find that fine balance. Because as a HR person, remember that you're an employee as well, right? And it is important that the business sees you as someone who wants the business to grow, not just someone who wants vibe and good vibes only. It's very, very critical. And that is what brings you to the table when important discussions are being made when it comes to leadership, right? It's HR that is just vibing. Because if you think about what is the highest cause of stress, or rather mental health issues in the workplace, it is stress. And that stress comes from things like deadline, things like productivity, and all of that. And if you listen to your employees, you realize that many of them are more afraid, or the thought of the work scares them more than the actual work itself, right? So these are my three things. First, respect them. When you respect them, they will trust you, and when they trust you, find a fine balance between employee productivity and business continuity. Because at the end of the day, right, what you are fighting for them is their job security, but it is only in the place of business continuity that they can really find job security. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Kemi. Thank you, Francis. I'm just tapping into the comment box to read some comments here before we just wrap up. I think we're right on time. Stephen Kube says, capturing the reality I'm facing at work, navigating the postmodern workspace requires balance, especially across generation. Fumi Max Deborah says, in as much as there's a lot of energy that comes from the Gen Zs, the wisdom of the old will help to sustain. I mean, that's very good. Thank you, everyone. Please follow our speakers. Kemi, just check Kemi Shonobi on LinkedIn, right? And Francis Arihilam as well on LinkedIn. Francis has been doing some incredible videos, that you would find really helpful on LinkedIn. So just check him out. So we're going to draw the curtains. Thank you once again, Kemi, for honoring this invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Francis, and to the HR professionals, before we log off, remember that you are still an employee and your own mental health is also very important. I mean, if you're not mentally healthy, how do you ensure, the mental health of, everybody at the company? So whilst you take care of the mental health of other people, remember that your own mental health should also be prioritized. With that, we're saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you so much, and keep tweeting, keep posting what you're learning. And the next session is going to come up right now. I'm handing it back to our wonderful, wonderful host, Mr. Osaume Akenzo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you, Kemi, and thank you, Francis. That was amazing, as some people say over here. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, really appreciate the comments as well. Steven's been very active in the comments. And we also have Dr. Tolu still with us. Dr. Tolu, thank you for staying and sticking around. We appreciate that. Okay, so we have a few more things to come. Don't be tired just yet. We will be winding down very soon. We still have Enahoro Wakai. We still have Iwande Jinadu. We still have quite a number of speakers to go, but promising we won't take too much of your time, so hang on. I am going to be introducing, I told you just before the last panel that we had someone who was going to be delivering a piece here today. Again, it's the Mental Health at Work conference, and we've heard a lot of professionals speak. Now we want to give the floor to one of our creatives, also speaking through spoken word. on this issue of mental health awareness. So please welcome Elizabeth KJ. She's a spoken word artist and she has a piece to deliver today. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for joining. Over to you.
Hi. You already did the bulk of the introduction, so I'll start my performance with a 6 when I first saw my father's nakedness. His like unclean eyes beholding God's back on Sinai. And it felt like sin, like unclean eyes behold. It didn't feel right to see water drip down his head, beard, and to his sacredness when your father slumps in a bathtub. Who cares about shirts 1 inch drive is forced into your routine? There's life, there is hope. At night, or as there are things hope doesn't. Its voice is shaky. Sometimes its knees knock between themselves like creaking. Crumble. You may fall. You may not tell you that it is as hard as making it. That it is sometimes far. So far we had. It is as heavy as holding your father after the salt of your own tears. You would hear it. It cannot be held back in the throat. When you hear your voice, some days finding hope is the vengeful spirit has missed his way to your door. It's the only thing that stayed. It would break you, but you would find tell you every masterpiece was once incomplete. So we could find heaven. One day, feel the force in every thumb. You would realize the ground. So you would give your gods a name. There's life, then there's hope. This poem or this story, and the things we suffer are first personal. Sympathy for people. You really don't know what people have been through first before they exist in the workspace. About life. And sometimes I want a description. Other times, I into it long enough till it tells me there's nothing. Eyes and twisted jaw. This life, waiting to the road by my right is a bumpy ride. What is left is another failed venture that no one talks about. To know that the road to winning is as giddy as the road to the finish line you choose. So I'll be lost again. I've heard that a life of pain is not. So through the next accident, next life, any day and anyhow it comes, the end of the road or the wrong side of my bed, of my diary, of the pain my heart holds, that is living through it all, moving me on. A life that holds a light at its peak. That's God. Say yes to this life, bursting into tears when you this far. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I know that the connection was not as friendly, but we were able to pick a lot of what you had shared and talking about the individuality of humans outside the workspace and understanding that people first exist as human beings before they exist as employees and employers, as the case may be. Thank you so much for that. Awesome, awesome. So you can follow Elizabeth if you look out for her. She has quite a number of material on spoken word online, and you can just look out for her, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, any media handles you want to share that people
It's
can follow?
Elizabeth Umoru on every social media platform.
Awesome, awesome. Would like you to type in the comment as well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Yes, Steven says deep words, Lizzie.
Thank you.
Deep words, Lizzie. All right. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. And it was very, very important that we have a break and hear from creatives such as Elizabeth on the subject matter. All right. Thank you so much. So we will be moving on, and we have a second keynote. We have a second keynote speaker this afternoon. At least for those of us here in Nigeria. It might be morning, depending on where you're joining from, or evening. So stick around, there's still a lot to come. Our next keynote speaker is none other than Edwina Olanipekun. Edwina is the head of people management at Credit Direct Finance Company Limited. She's a seasoned HR, that is human resources professional, with over a decade experience directing all aspects of human resources management. Throughout her career, she's gained invaluable international experience working with renowned organizations across different continents. At Credit Direct Finance Company Limited, she has implemented initiatives that significantly improve employees' physical and mental well-being, reflecting her empathetic leadership style and proactive nature. Now, under her leadership, the company has been recognized as one of the best places to work in Nigeria due to her dedication to employee well-being and satisfaction. The award-winning, or would I say the representative of the award-winning organization as the best place to work, is going to be delivering our second keynote this afternoon. Edwina, you are most welcome. Thank you for joining, and I'm sure there's so much value the audience will be gaining from you over the next 15 minutes or so. I will be handing over to you. Thank you so much for joining.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Osarome. Thank you for that introduction, and a big well done, and thank you to the convener, Talisha, and his team. It's been a fantastic session all through. I mean, apart from speaking at this event, I really looked forward to it because I really wanted to learn a lot, and I must say the speakers have been amazing. They've done absolute justice to the topic. Thank you very much, and a big shout out to everyone connected. If you've stayed true since 10 o'clock till now, it's because you're really committed to making an impact in your workplace, in your community, especially as it relates to the topic mental health. So I will just be continuing based on the foundation that has been built by the amazing speakers all through. I hope that I meet up to the standard. So we'll start off with something different. Let's watch a really short video. The video is, say, less than 2 minutes. It helps us view mental health and physical health and do a comparison. Please, let's take it back to the beginning. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Thank you very much for sharing that for me. So from the video we just watched, it's a comparison between how we view physical illness and mental health illness. Yes, there's been a lot of buzz around mental health, but do we really give it the same attention? Do we really prioritize it as much as when an employee or a colleague walks up to us, or even just a member of our household walks up to us to say, I do not feel all right? Because you don't see the person sneezing and all of that, do you just say, oh, don't worry, you'll be fine, just try to sleep it off? Just like the person received care from the doctor and got prescriptions and all of that, we are all the doctors. So what this conference has been trying to do to us is equip us with the knowledge we need to have to know how to approach this situation, to know how to give mental health crisis the same attention that would have given a physical health crisis. Yes, one of the speakers have said that a mental health situation might be more of a social problem, or it might have come up from a social problem, but it leads to physical illness at the end of the day. So we should pay attention to it. So what I'll be speaking on is crisis intervention in the workplace, the role of HR managers, not just HR managers, the role of CEOs, the role of leaders, because I understand we do not just have HR managers on the call. So what is a crisis in the first instance? A crisis situation, sorry, you can move on to the next slide. Is it changing? Okay, crisis is a situation, both internally and externally, that significantly disrupts an employee's well-being, their ability to function effectively at work. It might be something that has happened over time, or it might be something that just happens suddenly. And these things might either come from personal stressors or work-related stressors. I would not dwell so much on the topic. I think we've also had a lot of people talk on that. But what are some things that we've noticed in our world today that has given rise to a lot of mental health issues? Well, I can't imagine that in 2024, I still have COVID-19 on my slide, but I guess it's a conversation that is here to stay. COVID kind of like increase the significance of mental health. That's when we started hearing things around my mental health is at stake, the isolation that came from the pandemic, working from home, not being able to differentiate between work and between work and home, because work was literally at home there with you, managing the pressure of your health. I mean, since then, a lot of people have now had to check up on their health a lot more. And organizations also then understood what it is to support their employees in crisis situation like that. You started seeing some connect groups. You started seeing mental health conversations. Therapists were introduced into the health schemes in organizations. At the same time, that's when organizations began to embrace flexi work. And all those are some tools that have helped us so far in managing crisis in the workplace. And, after COVID, then we had this next one, which was the JACBA syndrome. Yeah, JACBA for HR people might have just been, oh my God, I'm losing talents. But it's also the fact that people were losing their work buddies. People were losing their families. Well, not losing as in death, but they're losing the physical connection that comes to having that next person beside you. And, there was also the pressure of, should I also plan a JACBA? Should I also have a JACBA plan, or should I not? You also had a situation where some people have moved their families over and they are probably here trying to adjust to a life of living alone. How are we as HR able to identify these trends and not just look at the business angle alone? Oh my God, I have to now have a pipeline for my IT team. I have to, maybe I shouldn't train people too much because the next thing is that they are going to JACBA. No. Are you also looking at the effect that it's having on your employee? As a CEO, are you looking at the effect that it's having on your employee? As a leader, are you trying to keep the morale of the team high so that they don't fall into all of this mental health situation? Another crisis that is happening, we have the people from different parts of the world on the call today. I know the economic situation is kind of like worldwide, but if you zoom in into Nigeria, we've had rising inflation this year, back to back food inflation. I think sometime last year we had the cash crunch. I've never seen anything like that before, but it was something. We've had high cost of transportation, insecurity here and there, exchange rate issues, because a lot of people have now moved their families over and some of them are still earning in naira. They're having to deal with the exchange rate crisis and all of that. How are you present? How are you able to identify the effects of some of these challenges or some of these economic situations and step in and show to your employees that you are there with them all through the way? You know, I like something Dr. Ajamale said. He said, how are you able to demonstrate? The key word there is demonstrate, because sometimes we have it documented somewhere that this is our policy around crisis intervention for mental health issues. We have EAP and whatnot. But are you actually communicating the EAP? Do the employees actually know about it? Can you actually show your workings or show evidence to see how employees have received support and they actually feel supported? I mean, sometime in this slide, you see the views of employees and views of employers on the support they actually receive as regards mental health in the workplace. So moving on, the Deloitte's mental health survey has said 80% of respondents of a survey that it took, that it carried out sometime last year, says that people are being affected one way or the other by mental health symptoms. You can imagine 80%. So if you have 100 employees, 80% of your employees might just be going through one mental health challenge or the other, especially if they live in Lagos. Yeah. And we're saying that the impact of such symptom manifests in different ways. It's not the same way it's manifesting in Edwina that you see in a Tokwe. No. So your ability to pay attention to it, that's how you're able to see the changes that are manifesting either in their well-being, in their relationship with people, or in their productivity. If we move on into just looking at some more numbers, I know we see numbers flying around, the international numbers, might not be able to bring it home, but in our part of the world, in Africa, the World Health Organization is saying around 30% of Africans suffer from one mental disorder or the other at some point in their life. You know, we have different, if you're in an organization where you have people cut across different generations, you need to be able to pay attention to your employees to figure out what point of their life they are at and the kind of crisis they might be going through at that point, and already have a proactive plan to support them. You have the Gen Zs that want it to be all vibes and whatever. How are you supporting them in the exploratory part of their life? You have people just getting married. There's some people with the school of thoughts that marriages are now interesting these days. So how are you supporting them at that phase? You have people just getting having babies. You have people close to retirement. You look at your demographics in your organization and see what sort of intervention plan you have. What sort of tool are you making available to the people that manage these people to be able to support them all through their lives, so that at any point in time when they have any of these mental health issues, they are there, they are present. A survey of the Society for HR found that 76% of HR professionals believe that their role has expanded to include a focus on employee mental health. Yes, we know that HR were typically all about recruitment. I think Kemi was sharing an experience she had during an interview with a candidate. You can imagine that even from interviewing the candidate, you're already checking, is this person mentally fit? Is this person, and it's not to, again, stigmatize the person. It's just to see if the person is culture fit, and to see if, even without being your employee, you see how you can provide whatever level of support you might have identified from that candidate even before joining. Because as HR professionals, what I try to promote these days is to say that it's not just about impacting the organization you work for, it's also impacting the larger community. Because at the end of the day, maybe sometime you might be hiring from the community into your organization. So if you've not impacted, your recruitment tracker is going to be suffering, because you then say you can't find talent. But if you've impacted the community, you've improved the quality of hires you have there, you've added, just like the people that have come to speak today, you've added value to people's mental health, then we have a better statistics of mentally healthy professionals out there. And talking about stigma and discrimination, I know there was also a panel conversation around it. A survey conducted by the Global Health Institute found that 25% of Africans with mental health conditions seek treatment. They seek treatment due to fear of discrimination. So that's to say that out of the 80% that Deloitte had said have some form of mental health symptom or the other, just 25% of them are able to seek help. Every other person don't want to be discriminated. They don't work with my line manager. I think if I say I'm taking a break off work, I had a friend last year that said she was taking a mental health break. Of course, she works in America. In your organization today, can someone take a mental health break without them thinking, hey, what's wrong with her? She having problem in her home? She having problem in her life? How have you been able to create that culture in the organization to embrace this thing, to make sure the conversation is going, so that employees who are going through this don't feel sad, don't feel ashamed in the organization? And there's other statistics there, and there's the statistics about the productivity, and I'll be speaking more about that later, to say that there's actually a cost element to having to not addressing mental health in your organization. The moment it begins to affect productivity, the moment you begin to have a high absenteeism within a particular team or within the organization, the moment you begin to have high attrition, one way or the other is affecting your cost. And the Africa Development Bank reports that the mental health condition costs African countries between 3 to 4% of their GDP each year due to lost productivity. So those are some statistics that I've put up here. We can also read more about it. It just helps us bring it home that this conference is actually very important. The conversation has been on for years. We're not there yet as a country. We're not there yet in most of our organization. A lot more countries are more advanced in the conversation, but it's very important. It's as important as physical health, and we must take it seriously. So the question now is, how do I then notice this change? As HR managers, yes, we're saying the responsibility is on us, but we also have the line managers that work with these people. We have the employees that work with them. A lot of people have told us about the tools that we can use. Having resources, making resources available. I like a word that was used. I think it was first responders or something like that earlier. Yes, it's good to have the people that are responsible to give that first response or that mental health first aid. But it's also good to make sure that everybody in the organization is on board as about what to do, because I can just be having a chat with an employee and I'm not a trained first responder, but I'm not able to identify a red flag situation that a Tolani is actually in a crisis. So it's how are you able to sensitize your workforce to know what to look out for? So some of the things that I've put up here, sometimes when you see these signs, they actually don't mean anything. Some other times they actually mean something. So it's your ability to actually understand your workforce, watch the trends. That's when you're able to detect that this is an abnormal behavior for Edwina. For large organizations, it's always good to leverage the HR business partnering model, because as they're watching the changes within the business, they're also watching the changes within their people. That's where Anifa is able to say, oh, I've noticed Amaka is not our typical self today. and maybe call Amaka in for a conversation and see where they can help, and able to really detect if there's really an issue or there's nothing to worry about. So, and also you're also able to empower your line managers to be able to detect some of these things early. Because remember, one of the speakers said to us that a crisis situation, a mental health crisis situation, is already a bad situation. What we're trying to do is to make sure that the bad situation doesn't become worse. So what are some of these changes? There are behavioral changes, changes in work performance, where you have decreased productivity or the quality of work, difficulty in meeting deadlines, increased absenteeism, taking more breaks, or appearing disengaged even during meetings. You should pay attention to that. Where there are changes in work behavior, this person is having increased conflict at work, the person is withdrawn from social events. It will typically come out, but they're like, I have something else to do. Yes, you can take it the first time, but if you see that as a pattern, you just want to check to be sure that everything is fair. Neglecting personal hygiene. She would always brush her hair, look nice, but now she just comes to work with cornrows. Sometimes she just wants to be comfortable in her cornrows, but just be sure that it's just because she wants to be comfortable in them, and it's not that she's just going through a part. Risky or reckless behaviors, increased use of sick leave. You should pay attention to that. The emotional changes in mood, such as person is easily irritable now, angry, frustrated, withdrawn, looking depressed all the time. Person is nervous. Presentations are no more the person's thing. Difficulty in regulating emotions. Just a small conversation, the person is already becoming tearful, and there's no morale in just getting things done. You just need to pay attention to these things. Now, HR managers need to pay attention to it. HRBPs need to pay attention to it. CEOs need to pay attention to it. Line managers need to pay attention to it. In communication also, if you have difficulty, the person has difficulty in focusing or staying on topics, the person is just negative or complaining about things, you need to just check what the root cause of some of these changes or complaints are, and see where you can then provide a solution. Again, it's from already putting in place a lot of the tools that have been shared with us, the EAP. I'll be talking more about some things we can do. The EAP, you notice these changes, and you're able to say, oh, how about you read this resource? If you have like a resource on your internet or your knowledge hub where the person can just get some useful tools, or how about you just speak to this person more about it? Or if you already have people you've trained internally to have this sort of therapeutic conversations, you have the person go to talk to the person in private. When you notice these behaviors, those are one thing you should jump in to do. If we move right on to, I mentioned earlier that is our ability to demonstrate that we're supportive to the organization, to the employee, and the organization is a safe place for employees, especially the employees going through a mental health crisis. From some survey that was deployed, we have the employee point of view on the right, and we have the employer point of view on the left. If you ask the employer to say, oh, how would you rate your support for mental health in your organization? 65% of employers, especially HR people, say, oh, we support them very well. Well, there's some correlation, because 51% of employees responded to say, yeah, they agree that they receive some level of support in their organization. But what happens to the 49%? That's still a huge number. The reason for this sort of conference is a call to action to say that we need to close that gap. We need to be able to increase the number of people that actually feel supported and safe in workplaces. If we ask employers around access to mental health support, 30% confirm that they are beginning to improve the access to mental health treatment in the organization. They made this a priority. 30% is such a poor number. We need to be able to increase that number. 60% of employees report that it's challenging to access the care. So there's some correlation there, because the 60% that don't have access, the deficit from the employer angle are the ones on the employee angle saying that we don't have access. Meanwhile, HR, if we do a poll now, most HR professionals will say, yes, we have things in place to prioritize mental health. We have support for our employees. The call to action is to say, let's bridge that gap. Let's demonstrate our support. Let's make our workplaces safer. Let's have more resources for our employees to address mental health crisis. And for the last one, for stigma, employers report that they implemented an anti-stigma awareness campaign in the last year, just 20%, another small number, and 79% of employees report that the campaigns that have been implemented would be, if a campaign was implemented in the organization, it would be valuable because it will make them feel a bit more safer. So we've learned from this conference already. I have learned from this conference already the importance. So it's not just saying that have ready plan for mental health crisis, have support for your employees. The priority is also making sure that the environment, first of all, is safe. The person would be happy to share, the person will feel heard, the person will not feel discriminated at any point in time. So if we move on to some action points, I'll just run through those quickly. We have action points we can deploy to support our employees. We have make mental health a priority, enhance mental health support, communicate available supports. It's not just having those supports in place. Make sure you're communicating it effectively throughout the organization. Cultivate an inclusive culture. Measure and hold your managers accountable. Just to run through those very quickly. Make mental health a priority. I mentioned earlier already, we might be prioritizing costs, targets, bottom line, and whatnot. But one of the speakers also confirmed or emphasized this also, to say that one of your greatest assets, one of your competitive advantage, are your people. So if you don't prioritize their mental health as well as you prioritize their physical health, when you put in place sick leave and HMOs and all the other plans, you might not be meeting the numbers that is big for you. So first of all, let's make mental health priority. Appoint leaders to be responsible. Let them lead the conversations. Let them be equipped with what they need to know. And let us have policies and actually implement those policies, not just write the policies, and also have initiatives that we're championing every now and then. Secondly, promote a culture. I've emphasized that already, that helps address stigma and discrimination. Train your employees and your managers. Let them know what to say per time. Let them be able to detect the signs early. Some of the signs that I had pointed out, and that's not even an exhaustive list at all. And let them also know the interventions, let them know the preventions, or what they can do. Sometimes it might just you noticing something, might not be a crisis yet. You see how you can prevent, boost the morale of the team. You see when the team is already stressed and know when to throw in something to boost their morale. You know what to do to manage burnout and all of that. Then communicate available support. Leverage the different tools you have, your intranet, focus groups, have health talks, invite your managers to conferences like this, have manager-led conversations so that they can see that it is from the top. And I think someone mentioned something, one of the doctors mentioned that sometimes they'll say, don't tell my boss, don't tell my line manager, because sometimes the boss is a stressor. Yes, let them have to lead a conversation. From leading a conversation, they have to prepare for the conversation, and they're already training themselves on how to practice what they preach, and also just make sure that the managers you have in your organization are top notch. Then the frequency and the timing of the content, the personalization of the content. If I just see a content that just looks like an all-staff content, it might not speak to me. But your ability to make sure that it's almost personalized to me, it's almost, for a multi-generational organization, your communication is personalized to the different demographics, different generations within your workforce. Improve awareness and also always keep the conversation going. Then when we talk about cultivating an inclusive culture, foster workplace community and connectivity. Relationship is all that matters. I love the first panel. I think the octopus put it as social structures. Social structures cannot be overemphasized. In our organization, we have something we started up, the connect groups, something away from work. Let them be able to bond. Let them be able to have discussions outside of work and also feel relaxed to do other things that might just help them feel better, especially because most employees spend most of their day, their hours in the organization. So how about you make it fun? I remember when I went for talking about Jack Barry again. I went for my master's, I came back, and a lot of people who I would typically connect with had already jackpot. So most of the team was brand new. The organization, they had hired a lot more people 16 months after. And you're just trying to settle in. And I was also trying to deal with having to work in my organization, also having lost my boss. I remember that we then had an end of year party. 2 hours after the end of year party, I had to leave because I couldn't just feel that connection again. But because of the great place that I work, in few weeks, we already had, the morale was high, the energy is pumped up, you build new teams. We're even having connections with the people that have jackpot. We almost don't feel that they left. The people inside are also great people to build that bond with and also keep the energy going. So what are you doing with the connect groups? And I love what Fiona had said about the relationship with yourself first. For you to know what connect group would speak to you, is you're encouraging the employees to first of all be self-aware. First of all, know what they want to block off from themselves. And sorry, I tried to.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm about to, because I'm hoping we can just.
Yes,
I don't want to interrupt your interesting conclusions, but I'm also trying to make sure that we don't go over over the time. So maybe just a final thought.
Yes. So the slides don't seem to be moving, or is it at my end? If you can just jump the slide right onto the benefits bits. Yeah. No. Yes. Yes.
If possible, Edwina, just maybe in a minute, if you don't mind, please. The benefits. I know the benefits.
Don't worry, that's the last slide.
Yes.
Okay. We've all heard about the benefits.
Seconds, if possible.
Okay, not to worry. I actually thought I was speeding through. All right. So the benefits we already know, so I will not touch on it again. But as we conclude today, let's remember that mental health is just not a personal issue. I'm on my last slide now, the conclusive slide. If you can just go on there. It's a collective responsibility of everyone, and each of us, we all have a role to play. All the sectors that the CEO, the manager. I'm now losing my trail of thoughts. So please, let's continue to commit to fostering a culture of empathy, understanding, and support. And let's break the silence. Let's challenge the stigma. Let's prioritize mental health in our workplaces. And together, we'll be able to build an environment where everyone feels valued, they feel heard, and they feel supported. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining this very important conversation in this conference. And I wish us all the best as we continue to make a difference in our workplaces and in our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edwina. I also spotted a few of your team members in the comments who were saying, that's my boss. I think it was Maria and Everine. They were rooting for you in the comments, and we've also had some very interesting comments as well. Yeah, there she goes, Everine Igba. Okay, thank you so much. I think for me, the big thing, you said a lot of very interesting things, and what stood out for me is the personalization. I think that is so instructive to everyone also who's listening. Personalization of content is so important. So even as we think about first aid, as we think about the approaches, personalization is critical. So thank you so much, Edwina, for a lot of those. And the stats, the data that you gave us, I was going to say that we're always referring to World Health, we're always referring to external bodies, but it's great to see organizations like yourself, individuals like yourself that are compiling data that is local to us, that is contextual. And I'm sure we'll have many, many more of those efforts being encouraged by the example that you and your organizational settings. So thank you so much once again, Edwina, for your time.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate the insights that you shared, and hope that you stick around with us till the end.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much. Okay, all right. I see a lot of people still commenting. Thank you for staying with us till this time. We are coming into the stretch now, so just hang on for a few minutes. We're going into the penultimate panel for today, and that panel is going to be discussing supportive resources. As Edwina was wrapping up, she said it's a collective effort. So it's a collaborative thing. It's everyone's responsibility. So the next panel is going to be talking about supportive resources for managers helping employees in crisis. And we have very, very interesting speakers here. I'm not going to read too much about them. Okay, so please pardon. The brochure link has been put in the comment, so you can go to the brochure to read the full bios. But they're going to be, the conversation will be moderated by Motunrayo Balogun. So we have two speakers, Yewande Jinadu, who is the founder of Career Life Nigeria, a social initiative that leverages digital tools to create equitable access to job opportunities for unemployed and underemployed youths in Nigeria. She heads the People and Culture Unit for a leading fintech in Nigeria, and she's the author of the All-Inclusive Career Handbook. Yewande Jinadu, you're welcome. We also have Enahoro Okai. Enahoro Okai is the managing director of Pause Factory, and presently the only West African partner to 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Network United States. He's a co-founder of Global Set and Strategy. He's a life coach. He's an emotional intelligence professional. He's run many programs for organizations, especially human resource department. He's very, very centered on people development, human resource development. And that conversation is going to be driven by none other than the beautiful Motunrayo Balogun that you see on the screen. She is a dynamic professional dedicated to making a difference in the field of human resources and mental health awareness. Motunrayo, beyond her professional endeavors, has a passion for counseling and mental health awareness, and she is a dedicated advocate for destigmatizing. We've talked about stigma a lot today about mental health. She's committed to destigmatizing mental health issues in Nigeria and across Africa. So I will be handing over to Motunrayo to drive the conversation with our next panel. That will be looking at supportive resources for managers helping employees in crisis. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, as I hand you over into the capable hands of Motunrayo. Motunrayo, over to you. It's good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarame. First, I would like to apologize. I don't know what happened to my voice. It just went off over the night, and I've been trying to reserve it for this. So we've heard a lot about mental health, and like as we mentioned, I'm actually very passionate about mental health. Work with a mental health organization, and it's not just putting it out there, just talking about it. It's actually doing the work, putting in the effort to actually be mentally aware and ensuring that we are helping everybody to stay mentally aware and the right thing to do. We have everybody, mental health is like one of our speakers said, is out there now. Everybody is all about mental health, but we actually putting in the effort. Are we doing the right things that we need to do? And that is one of the reasons I'm really happy about this conference. Talking about mental health is something that people don't want to talk about. They're always like kind of shy. But now beginning to the workspace, it's very easy to say, I want to go and see the doctor, I'm not feeling fine. But it's not very easy for you to say, I want to take a mental day off. I'm not feeling so good mentally. And now having people talk about it, something I'm really happy about. And our guests and speakers are coming up soon, so we can just Dave. Oh, you guys know we are not allowed to say Dave, so you can just go into this before what this says is AI generated speech. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Yewande, good afternoon. Hi, now good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Clearly.
I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So how are we doing today? We've had a lot of speakers come up and they've spoken to us about how everybody should be supportive about mental health in the workspace, how managers should do this and that. And now we're going to speak on how we can actually, support managers. What are the supportive resources managers can have, and how do we are going to address the responsibilities of managers in supporting struggling employees, and then providing. We'll also be speaking about providing training and resources for managers to assist team members in crisis effectively. Of course, we'll be telling them what to do, but we need this training. And just going to start with you, Andy, first. With what specific training and resources should be provided to managers? We want them to be able to help their team members in crisis. So, what are the trainings that you can advise or you can suggest that managers to take to be able to effectively carry this out?
Okay. So, firstly, I think I would advise two things, right? Coaching and mental health training. Now, why I advise coaching is because a lot of these people or these managers themselves, you have to be mentally sane before you can help people, and you have to understand how to even notice these things. You might just think that, oh, everybody in Lagos, we're all suffering, so why is this person overreacting, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if a line manager can get coached and this person can even unlearn some of the bad habits. There's some things that you think are normal, maybe because your parents did it, right? And so you can unlearn some of these things and be more aware. So if you're not even self-aware for yourself as an individual, right, how can you even be aware of other people? So I would advise coaching, right, on various aspects that can help this manager be more aware, and training as well. So you mentioned training already, but I think the training will be, triggers, things to look out for, things to notice, and how they can support your role. Your role is not the therapist. There's what you can do and how you can refer the person to a professional. And if you want to actually maybe train this manager if that manager is interested anyway, you can also support the manager in getting properly trained.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned that managers should actually be able to spot that out. So that's going to lead me to my next question for now. I'm so sorry if I did not pronounce that. How can emotional intelligence thank you. So how can emotional intelligence training be tailored to help managers effectively perform their own duty of care towards the employees? Because of course we know that you have to be able to take note of it. You have to be able to spot it in your staff, in your team members. So how can emotional intelligence training help them?
Okay, I'd like to take a step back. I think from a research perspective, I hope you can hear me. When we talk about resources, we talk about training. We probably talk about money, to help managers, especially from the HR side. But I think that there are resources that are not physical that are extremely important. As an emotionally intelligent person or leader or CEO, the best thing you want to do from your training is the capacity to give the right body language to what we're talking about. So it's not just in the sitting down and in training, right? You don't even have to go for training. Do we have the right body language from leaders about the fact that we care? We care about the mental health of people, that we care about work-life balance, that we care about people overworking themselves, that we care about the fact that, people don't feel their energy and people are having burnout. Do we have the right body language? I think that the body language resources and the listening ear resources is bigger than everything. So if you want to gain anything from emotional intelligence is wide, right? It's extremely wide. It's about self-awareness, it's about self-management, it's about self-direction. And I think that the best self-direction that every manager should have, the best thing anybody should take out of any training is the fact that I have to be aware that this thing is here, that people mental health are important, and I have to give the right body language to it. So as a CEO, am I giving the right body language to the fact that we care about mental health issues? This morning I was in one of our workplace, and I was talking to the technicians, and I was asking them, when last did you go home? Because these are guys that are working away from home. I said, when last did you go home? When last did you see your wife? When last did you see your children? When last did you take an off duty? That body language alone sends a lot of effects. You know, when people know that the leaders are concerned, the leaders' body language is right, the leaders are listening, then that in itself, even when it has not started, is already sending the right signal. You know, people are stressed just because of the way they think of their bosses. Are you aware? And somebody tell you that, man, I'm having burnout, and you say, why? You say, my boss doesn't listen. My boss is stressful. If that boss is given the right body language to say, I care, even when the practicality of that care has not been deployed, people can still be calm. Stress can be reduced. So I think that the first resources that every leader, and I tell all of my leaders that are leading any team in any of the companies that I lead, that you have to, first of all, you have to show that you care. You have to show. If people are not going on off, you should ask why. Gone are the days where we suspect people are not going on off because they are stealing money. Today, people are not going on off. You should care, not because they might be stealing money, but because they might be burning out. They might be sleeping on the job. They might be distracted. They might have family issues. Imagine somebody not going back home for 3 months because there's an issue in the house. So he's using the work to avoid going home, whereas going and be relaxing, prescription, if I call it that. So I think that the first resources would be body language. The second resources would be leadership. Are you listening? Sitting down with somebody in the office and say, wow, really, what happened? Oh, really? Are you serious? Okay, let me make a call. That alone can reduce the level of stress and level of burnout, that somebody is going through. And those are very important resources that we are overlooking. It's not about training. You can send someone for a training and you spend $1 billion on training, but if it's not in the atmosphere, if it's not in the climate, call it the emotional climate of environment, which is from the culture, if it's not the climate that our leaders care about our mental health, then even the money that you're deploying would not work. So I think it's a more cultural thing in terms of resources. It's more about the resources that you're not seeing. They are more important than the training. But in terms of training, any emotional intelligence training would work. As far as that emotional intelligence teaches that you need to be self-aware, and self-awareness is you have the understanding to know what is going on. What is going on with your employees? What is going on with you? What is going on in the environment? What is going on? You get to workplace. Can you feel the atmosphere? Because the climate is saying something. Emotions are data. So does the manager know how to understand the emotions going on? If people are looking melancholic, that's data. That's like financial data. That's like operational data. That is like, audit data, because that's the data. But is the person able to see that there's an emotional data here? So any emotional intelligence training that teaches the leader to be aware, number one, and then to be able to make choice for a particular goal, and in this case, mental health goal would work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. So, Yewande, I'm going to be reading up on what you said. My managers need to be aware. I was an HR practitioner in the office, HR officer in the office, because we have managers. And people see HR as you are really the one driving things, even though, and you're also the bad guy at the same time. Now, how do you managers, how do you collaborate with managers to ensure they understand that this is part of what they need to do? Because to some people, it's just I'm here to work. Every other thing about your feeling doesn't really matter as long as you do your work. So how do you collaborate? How do HR of practitioners collaborate with managers to ensure they understand the need to actually look out for their team members' mental health and be able to help them also?
Okay, thanks. I'll first say that culture is a way of life. It's what you say and what you don't say. It's what you encourage and what you reward. And it's what you choose not to reward as well. So in working with managers, right, there's some atmosphere and there's some culture that it rewards just work hard, don't go or leave, just bring in the numbers and you get promoted. If someone complains that you don't listen, you're toxic, you're a bully, HR finds a way to shove it under the carpet. So far, this person is giving us money. What's your own problem? That is a culture. Even if you go and spend $1 million sending them money training, because you're already encouraging such a behavior, they will continue in such a way. So the first thing is have policies that reward managers that are empathetic. Have policies that reward, or a culture that reward managers that look out for your people. And you can leverage on data. The churn and the turnover rate of people in that team will let you know, right? Because sometimes, they say people don't leave organizations, they leave managers. Even if the organization is difficult on its own, a manager can have a way of making it a safe haven for these people, right? So as HR, number one, reward or encourage or spotlight. So for example, you're saying, the best manager that, had the highest retention in the entire year. And we also do line manager rating. In appraisals, you're just used to the line manager rating you. But how about you rating your managers on some specific and key factors? So yes, this manager is very good technically, but there's this part of the survey that I add to my own surveys. When last this manager asked you about your well-being? Do you think this manager listens well? If this manager knows that this person, or I will be rated on these things, beyond even sending this person on training, this manager knows that he or she has to model such a behavior, and there's going to be a form of judgment or rating. That's number one. Number two, also have or encourage a culture or a structure of one-on-ones. When I after my coaching training and I became a coach, I had to design something for my managers, because some people have one-on-ones. They'll tell you, HR, we do one-on-one. What is the quality of the conversations you have during these one-on-ones, right? Are you listening, right? How has it improved, team rating, team performance, or how people feel about you? And so I would say during one-on-ones, leverage on it, not just to chase people, or did you go and meet that customer? Maybe have that time for that, but have a one-on-one that is about you as an individual and be interested in their growth, their success. Like, my manager is rooting for me. And so even if I happen to go down, you are not scared that they're just going to kick me out of the company. I would be asked and I will have the opportunity to express myself. So yes, in summary, encourage that culture by rewarding and not have strict rules for managers who tend to go in the opposite direction and don't just turn a blind eye. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that. So in our role, I'm going to be building up on what they said. I want to reward them, encourage them. But for some people that have the culture where they're all really about themselves, they've not had to understand another person's angle or see the person, just do this and go. What strategies can they use to enhance that emotional part of them, for them to be able to see it and then be able to differentiate between sympathy and empathy at workplace?
So for me, the beginning is going to be how we lead, right? How we lead at the highest level. So let's imagine two companies where in one company, the topmost leadership do not care about, listening to people, do not care about the emotional health of people and well-being, and do not talk about it. And then juxtapose that with another company where the topmost leadership is very concerned about it. I think that what you will quickly notice is the culture that is built in that environment will be different. In those two environments will be different. So how do we help these people who don't give a damn? The first thing is the leadership that we give to them. If in every meeting, you see, when I run meetings, that's like in the company, nobody should be oppressed. No leader is supposed to oppress anybody. Oppression is not allowed in this company. If the day you feel oppressed, the day you feel like the leader is hounding down you, or a leader is using curse word on you, a leader is yelling on you, the day you wake up, in fact, the way I say it again, the day you wake up in the morning and you don't feel like going to work because of the toxicity of your team, give me a call. I said to them, I'm a life coach. I'm not just your CEO, I'm a life coach. And then we have a department. We have a department that is in charge of this, where if people are feeling so stressed and people are feeling burnout and people have downtime in their emotional strength and their well-being, there's a unit to go and talk to a coach, right? So the idea is, if the CEO can say, if you're having toxicity in your department, corporate morning, and you don't feel like going to work, call me, send me a WhatsApp message, and then we say things like, I will protect you and I will manage the issue. Then that is the beginning of helping other managers, because when the other managers that report to the CEO or report to the C-suite, when they are communicating, they will have that in their mind. And for me, that is the beginning. Again, it comes back to the culture thing. A lot of things are not achieved by money. It's by the system that we put in place. So that would be the first one. The second one is a 360-degree appraisal. That is very important. Just this morning, I was relating with my HR, and we were concluding on the 360-degree appraisal that we're going to deploy. But guess what? It was deployed for me first at the beginning of the year. So the CEO has first gone through a 360-degree appraisal from everybody in the organization. Then the next set of people, then the next set of leaders, And so if everybody knows that it's the CEO that was first appraised, you understand? Then every other person will be appraised. Then they would try to align themselves. The third one is, if you get a report that a leader doesn't care about people's mental health, doesn't care about their emotional state per time, or a leader is leading in such a way that people's emotional state and mental well-being is affected negatively, the next thing is to call a meeting, right? And then as a coach, have a coaching conversation first, you understand, especially with data, to ask this person, what is going on? What is going on? And you take it from your place as an example. The way I lead you, are you free to reach out to me? Yes. Do I cuss on you? No. Do I yell on you? No. Do I relate with you in such a way that your mental health is affected? No. He said, but the way you lead people, the signs that we're getting is that they have challenges working with you. What is going on? What is the challenge? Can we talk about it? And then after the discussion, because I always take some things from a coaching conversation perspective, then we itemize things that need to change. All right, so in this instance, this is what you did. This is how you related. Can we change how that works? Because there are other options, and then we're sending our leaders to emotional intelligence certification. So we are also saying, what you learned in your certification as an emotional intelligence leader, what's the challenge of deploying them? By the time we put all of that together, you are creating an environment that will change gradually. And by the way, we also have to remember the fact that change happens gradually. As I continue to lead, on a bigger perspective, I continue to understand what we've always said about change practically. Change happens gradually. We don't rush, to change the place. Change happens because you have been able to set the tone You know, and the people just begin to realize that space is getting better. Oh, I feel better. Oh, I feel like I have access. I feel like there's listening ears here. And as all of that begins to happen, your leadership, you know, managers begin to manage their team in a better way. But again, everything starts from how we lead and the things that we pay attention to over time. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And I wish we can have this conversation for long. Our time is fast spent. But I would just like a quick word to close this segment, and to the managers. How can they, of course, we have people who really like work and they cannot see another thing apart from it. And now they're going to want to try and be empathetic towards people at work. How can they now marry that to make sure that they're not too empathetic, that is affecting their professional work, and they're not too professional, that is affecting the empathetic part? So let's just give them the last word on that part so we can end this. Thank you. So anybody can start.
Ladies, you want to please go.
Okay, so how to balance empathy, right, with your professional life? I think I was asked this question, I think last week, where, you know, people assume that when you are emotionally intelligent, while being empathetic, you cannot be assertive, right? And when I say assertiveness, right, it's assertiveness is the emotionally intelligent way of when people decide to be aggressive, right? There are times where if it is about work and you need to put your foot down and communicate clearly without being condescending, without raising your voice, without being insulting, right? And also ensuring that you've listened. You're not just, oh, this is the problem, you're just attacking this person, right? So you can actually create a safe space for people while not being a pushover. When you need to discuss performance, ensure you've discussed all other challenges. Not that I see all your problems, but I choose to turn a blind eye to it because, yeah, I can do whatever I want to do because I'm your boss. So you can be assertive without being aggressive. And you can also create a safe space for people, you know, and ensure that you're a true leader. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So the mantra that we use is emotions drive people, people drive performance. Right? Emotions drive people, people drive performance. The general mantra is people should drive performance. But we start from emotions drive people, people drive performance. And if you ask me, and what's another word for emotional intelligence, I would say it's balance. Right? So you can't be overtly empathetic, right? You will become a mugu. They will trample on you. They will use you. They would remove all sorts of boundaries around you, and they will finish you. On the other hand, you can't be you can't be aggressive because you would trample on them. You would use curse words. You would use insults. So there are a few guidelines. Number one, just like you said, follow the policy, but don't insult people. You can't insult. You can't use the word nonsense. You can't use the word rubbish. You can't use the word stupid. If I'm in a meeting and somebody says nonsense, I will stop that meeting. I'll stop the meeting. Can you take that word back? Mm-hmm. Now, this is me creating a safe space for people, but I'm being assertive to what is not allowed. So that's me also using balance there. You get. So the idea is there are certain things that are not allowed and they are not allowed. Number two, there's a how to do everything, right? How you do what you want to do would give you the result of what you choose to do. So you want to reprimand, how? Are you reprimanding from a place of emotion, or you are reprimanding because you want to achieve a goal? A noble goal at that, a noble goal, a vision-based goal, a customer-based goal, a growth-based goal, not a goal that satisfies your pain as a leader, not a goal that makes that person see that, maybe you see that I'm your leader. No, that's not a noble goal. The goal has to be noble. You understand? So how do you want to do the things that you do? You want to implement what the policy say. I'll sack you, but I'll hug you in sacking you. And you will see me the next year and you will thank me for that sack. Not because I'm pretending, but because at the time I'm sacking you, I'm not looking at you like a terrible person. I'm just looking at you like somebody who has made a mistake, and the result of the mistake is for you to go. But in your going, we don't have to make you go like you're the most terrible person on earth. Are you getting it? And so I have people who have let go, but I'm still mentoring them. So the idea is, how do you choose what you choose to do? And you have to guide all your house, from a noble perspective. What you want to do is cheap. What is cheap? What is very cheap? How is the game? We all can do something, which is the what, but the how that we deploy in doing it will define the difference in what we do. So remember that the company has policies and procedures. It has to be utilized, right? Sometimes I say to people, we don't run these organizations with begging. We run these organizations with system. We also run this organization by listening to people. So the idea is balance is the name of the game. Empathy, high empathy does not equate low boundary. I think that's something everybody should take away. High empathy does not equate low boundary. The fact that I'm high on empathy, what is empathy? Empathy is non-judgmental openness to listening to what the other person is saying and to the emotional state of the other person. Openness, not judgmental. And so why I have that high level of being open, I also don't have low boundary. So it's a balance. Emotional intelligence is the ability to keep that balance and keep things going. And by the way, it takes practice to do this thing. It takes practice. So just start. I know leaders who are scared to be empathetic. And I said to them, no, empathy does not mean allowing people to do it. It doesn't mean don't reprimand people. Empathy does not mean leave everybody to do what they want to be doing. No, empathy simply means step into their shoes, listen from their perspective, see from their perspective, and you would have seen more than you would have seen. You would have seen more than you would see if you never stepped into their perspective. So stepping into people's perspective to hear, to see, actually gives you opportunity to see more data about the situation. You're looking at it from your perspective alone. So it's not weakness. It is not weakness. So I think the mantra should be, high empathy does not equate low boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming for the conference and for enlightening us. Please, one thing we are going to take off is empathy does not delete boundaries. It is there, and you can still be both at the same time. So, Sarime, over to you. Thank you very much.
Really grateful for the grace with which you managed the conversation there between Enahoro, Mr. Leverage, and Yewande Jinadu. Thank you so much. Very, very interesting point. I took so much from that. Emotions are data. The emotional climate of care, it's so important. The quality of conversations that we're having. Yewande talked about the quality of conversations one-on-one. Many times people say, oh, I want to have a one-to-one or a one-on-one with you. And they come out of those conversations perhaps even worse than they were going in. So very, very instructive comments and thoughts from our speakers over there. Thank you so much. And I see Stephen has been very active in the comments. Stephen, we see you. Thank you for your engagement, and to everyone else engaging. Okay, so we're in the final stretch now on the final panel conversation. Definitely not the least of those conversations, even though it's the final one, and it's packed again. So hold tight, because we have two doctors on this panel. So you can just imagine what is coming. The panel is going to be talking about collaborative approaches to crisis intervention. Approaches to crisis intervention. And we have two speakers who would then be joined by the moderator. Our first speaker is Dr. Jumoke Aleoke Malachi. I hope I pronounced it properly. She's a multiple award winner. She was one of the 5 role players at the African Leadership Award in Mauritius, December 2019. She was also awarded one of Africa's most talented human resources leaders. She was recognized and awarded one of the top 50 career influencers in Africa in the year 2020 by the Work Booth magazine. She holds so many other recognitions and awards. Time would not permit me. You can go to the brochure and see all of that there. Our second speaker is none other than Dr. Osas. Dr. Osas Deji Osasuna, commonly known or popularly known as Dr. Osas. Interestingly, he is a medical doctor. So this is another expert in the field, okay? He's a neuroscientist, he's a psychologist turned mental performance coach. He's a trainer, a management consultant, a behavioral therapist, a transformational speaker. He's been speaking for over 15 years. He is the founder and the principal of Wimbox Consulting Limited, and he's the CEO of Dwell Homes, a wellness lifestyle real estate company. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Osas to the panel. And then our moderator for today is none other than Adeyimika Balogun, who's a seasoned human resources professional with over 12 years of experience spanning diverse sectors, including manufacturing, tech, startup, banking, fintech, consulting. He's a man of many parts. So I won't say too much. I will be handing over to him, Adeyimika, to drive the conversation this afternoon as we begin to come into the final stretch of the conference. Please stick around because we still have one more thing after this. You're welcome as speakers. You're welcome, Adeyimika. Over to you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from. So, interestingly, I'm in the middle of doctors, Dr. Osas and Dr. Chubake. And, you know, we have an interesting topic in front of us, right? Collaborative approach to, you know, crisis management, really. First thing first, right? Collaboration is on its own is something that people struggle with in the workplace, right? Then you're now adding crisis management intervention to it. That's like putting a whole lot that we need to talk about. And when we look at it critically, I'm going to be speaking from an experiential point of view, right? In many workplaces today, right, different organizations, different departments, rather, work in silos for the most part, and with limited interactions, right, across the organization. However, what we've realized is that, you know, that kind of silo mentality can impede effective communication. It can affect coordination, even decision making, and that can then, you know, suboptimal outcomes at the end of the day that we do not want in our workplaces, right? So we're having this conversation really because we know that these silos are there, right? And we need to break down these silos, right, for us to be able to foster the kind of collaboration that we want to happen among different departments, right, for us successful crisis intervention that we are sort of aiming for, right? So my question, and you just maybe take a minute or so to just do justice to that. So Dr. Osas, I'll start with you, right? Working with organizations, right? Departments have their own, priorities, goals, they have a way of working and are actually responsible for these silo mentalities, right? Between departments. And when it comes to crisis management, you know, this is your experience working with organizational leaders to help resolve some of these issues, right? I would just like to hear from you. And then Jam, we'd just like to hear from you from an HR perspective. What would you say is actually responsible for these barriers, for these barriers and silo mentality that people have within the organizations?
Okay, thank you. The
Dr. Sass, I'll start with you.
Can you hear me, Adeyimika? Okay. All right. So if I got you right, I think I missed the earlier part of your question. Maybe your internet or whatever. But if I got you well, I believe you asked what are the reasons or responsible for silo mentality that hinder collaboration in the workplace, and as regards our interventional approach to crisis. All right. So on that note, let me quickly say good afternoon also to Dr. Jumoke. Great to be on the same panel with you. Good afternoon, everyone. So number one reason is this: people are resistant to change. The human mind is naturally resistant to change. Once you are not used to something, or you had a nasty or negative experience in the past, and over the time you have repeatedly had a negative experience, you've developed a coping mechanism to it, to change from it even when the coping mechanism is not working or is sabotaging the result. It's often difficult if you lack awareness. So I'll repeat, the human mind is naturally resistant to change. If you have been used to a particular route to your workplace, even if the government just constructed a new route that is shorter and better, the care is not taken. By the morning of the next day, you will still follow the old route that is full of potholes and is longer, because your brain will take you in the direction of what you're used to. So the reality is this: a lot of people have got their fingers burnt in the past in the workplace, and therefore they've developed defensive mechanisms, coping mechanisms. All right. Now it's possible that the coping mechanisms and defensive mechanisms are actually sabotaging their result, and they know they need to change, but knowledge is never enough. And that brings me to perhaps what I will share with us later on. What I plan to do is give an example of a particular company we're working with presently. We started working with them in January this year, in which they had some crisis. One, in fact, was a physical brawl between the expatriates and the indigenous employees. That was a major crisis. Second one was a line manager who is an indigenous line manager that got so violent against the subordinates. If I carried threw the chair at the subordinate. Then third one was somebody that was walking to the car park, slumped and died. And there have been a report of workload, a particular department being too engaged with workloads and really went on shift. The guy eventually died, and he led to demonstration by the employees of that particular unit, and were brought in to mitigate this crisis. And we profiled 5 C's. But the first C is the one that we shared as relating to the reason why people operate in silo mentality, and it's not far-fetched. Communication, which is the first C, is the first approach to mitigating mitigating a crisis in the workplace. In a company or organization or workplace where there is no open communication, resting on the term we call psychological safety. Psychological safety, in which there's a shared, meaning that a shared belief among a team, among the people in that team, that is okay, is safe to take interpersonal risk. Interpersonal risk may mean to challenge opinions by even superiors, to question some policies, to give feedbacks, to open up to mistakes they made, and what have you. Once there is absence of psychological safety, there is no way collaboration will work, because people will operate in silos. They are trying to protect their own comfort zone, their safety, and it's natural, it's human actually. So until a company or a corporation or an organization entrenches the culture of psychological safety, I'm sorry to say, silo mentality will persist, and they will struggle to have collaborative approach to mitigating or addressing crisis, especially psychological crisis in the workplace. I hope I've not taken too much of our time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That was spot on. Jam, let me quickly yield to you.
I'll start by saying it's been an amazing experience listening to the different speakers who have shared with us, from Edwina's speech to the many panel members. And this conversation really very timely. A lot is going on in our workplaces that these conversations have become very important. So when you ask your question around silo mentality, why do you think people adopt it? You know what occurred to me? And maybe I'm happy that you had not prepped me before this session, because just thinking about it, what just occurred to me was it can stem from your upbringing. How were you brought up? I will give myself as an example. I grew up an only girl and the last born, and I had 2 elder brothers. So imagine if I grew up with a mentality of my parents sort of pitching us against ourselves, saying who is the best child, you're the one who will get this and get that. You just grew up with a mindset that, I have to do so much so that I'm the only one that gets something. So I think our upbringing, it plays a great, it determines, it can shape how we show up in the workplace. And so when you see people who want to work alone, they don't really want to share, you realize that, again, is that I want to take the shine. Like I said, it can stem from your upbringing. You want to shine alone. You just think it should be me, I should get everything. I really don't care if anybody else is succeeding. As long as I'm getting my promotion, I don't even want to, even if I can help you on your task or your project so that you also can get thumbs up from our boss. Because of the mentality I have, I may not show you. I can know someone that can help you do it. I don't want to share because I'm like, you know what? I just want to do mine. And it can be very detrimental, because in the end, the reason why we have all come together in an organization is to achieve the organizational goals. So if you're doing that, all the benefits of collaborating, all the benefits of working together to achieve those goals would naturally be hindered. The other thing that occurred to me reminds me of a video I saw some years ago by Jack Welch. And Jack was talking about the 4 roles of a leader. And he talked about being the chief meaning officer, give meaning to the work people do. He talked about being the chief broomer, sweeping away the hindrances to the quality work your people try to do. He talked about having generosity gene. And then the last one, he said, be the chief fund officer. Make sure that, I love the fantastic things Enahoro said. As a CEO, if you have that kind of mindset, the organization, they are balling, please tell them that I said this on this call, and they can quote me, that they have a CEO that is very high on emotional intelligence. They don't have any worries. But out of the things Jack Welch said, the one thing that stood out for me, and I've held it over the years, is having generosity gene. So if you have generosity gene, and it means being okay with seeing other people succeed, being okay with giving them what they need to actually shine. I don't know, where would the silo mentality come from? You want to even go out of your way to make sure that people they have the support they need. And so as HR people, how can we enable the environment in our organizations? First, as an HR person, do you even understand these things that I'm saying? As an HR person, because if you're going to assist in shaping culture, do you understand it? Do you appreciate it? One thing I always like to say, a lot of people on different HR platforms always say HR is not for nice people. HR is not just liking people. And I always say, if you don't like people, you won't succeed as HR person. Because many of your initiatives, they need to be born out of a genuine love for people. Honestly, go and check it. The organizations that are thriving, that you see the initiatives, even you'll be like, you guys are what? You are doing this for your people. If you don't genuinely love your people as HR, you won't drive those agendas. So please, as HR people that are on the call, how do we help with these things? Understanding, have a genuine love for your people, so that you are shaping culture. All these conversations will come to the fore. I don't know if I've answered your question, Ilika.
Thank you so much. You answered that perfectly. And before you rest more, I'm going to come back to you very quickly. Right? If there's one thing you and the 2 doctors I've mentioned about now, I've talked about, is that there's a need for learning, because some of these issues that you've raised, that you've pointed out, is that there's actually a gap. Right? So people need to learn, and sometimes they might not even know that they need this learning. So from an HR perspective, right, being an HR person, right, what training, or educational resources do you think, or HR managers on this call, even CEOs on this call, should be able to put in place to equip their team members to be able to bridge that skills and knowledge gap that is necessary to manage this crisis and mental health support for their workforce.
Okay. The one training that I would recommend, I don't know how many HR people, even in the HR space in Nigeria, have gone for that certification, is emotional intelligence. It is a life-saving skill. It is, I don't know, I took my course in 2019 and it has landed me jobs. I've gotten gigs that paid me money. It has changed my life. The way that I interact with my spouse, the way that I interact with my children, the way that the kind of leader that I am. I don't know if some of my teammates are on the call, but it affects everything. I know that a lot of HR people, I don't mean to shake any table on this call, but they run off to get CIPM certifications. They want to get HRCI. When you get those, it's okay, get them. Those ones, they teach you the practical HR thing. Go and get emotional intelligence. Because there are 4 main things a certification in emotional intelligence will teach you. First, you understand self-awareness. And when you're self-aware, I always say to people, it's a magic wand. As in, like, all those fairy godmothers. When you are self-aware, there's no mountain you can climb. It's as if I don't know how to be high. But when you are self-aware, there's a degree of highness that it gives you. Because you know your strengths and your weaknesses too, as well. So imagine, I always say to people that are self-aware, when you're telling them their weakness, they're not defensive. They know. They may not really accept, depending on who is giving them the feedback, but be sure that they know. So first is self-awareness, and that's what EQ can teach you. Self-management, how to be the CEO of your life, know what to do, what not to do, how to manage your time. There's social awareness, what's happening around you. And you can't be a HR person and be clueless. What's happening in the industry? What's happening in the organization? What should you be doing? What should you stop? There are many things we used to do before as HR people, and we know by now, if there's some conversations in some HR groups that you see some HR people saying, and you'll be like, this is 2024. You are still at that point. Do you understand? And that's social awareness. And then the last one, relationship management. Those are, as in relationship, I always say it, relationships, building sound, solid, and sustainable relationships can never be overrated. And when I say relationships, I'm saying as a HR person, you have to manage all your stakeholders to make sure that your agendas get through the door. You have to manage your employees. You have to manage people in your team. You need to manage vendors. There are different relationships that will determine how you succeed in your role as a career professional. When you learn emotional intelligence, it can help you. That's the first thing I would say. And then I will also put the responsibility on the individuals. You need to be ready to unlearn and relearn. Because the truth of the matter is, what you've known over the years may not be as useful anymore. Are you okay with going on Coursera to take a new course in that area so that you have more clarity? I will not only leave it to the organization. Your organization can even give you Coursera access and you don't take it. How about that? So the individuals who need to yearn, they need to be hungry to say, okay, what do I need to learn to equip me to do to do better? I think those 2 points, I will leave at that.
All right, thank you so much. So it's you just saying that when people know better, they will do better, right? I mean, that's very, very valid, right? Dr. Osas, one of the things that people on this call or listening in might want to do after this is to sort of set up, something that can help them to, manage this crisis better in their respective organizations, right? So in coming up with, solutions, coming up with policies and all, and all that, right, to be able to manage this whole crisis that we're talking about, right? What are some of the key, considerations that you think that every organization should consider before that it can actually integrate into, whatever it is they are building to manage this whole crisis issue? More like, are there strategies that they can sort of, deploy? And I would like you to speak from a perspective of, being a neuroscientist, right? So we can have a very more practical approach to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Adeyemika. Yeah, thank you, Adeyemika. And I will just pick it up from where I stopped the other time. I mentioned 5 C's. And these are 5 C's we use at Winbox Consulting for what we call critical incident management for organizations. Like the example I gave with a company that reached out and we just have to deploy the 5 C's. And I've mentioned the 4th C, which is communication, which that can only be successful when there's a culture of psychological safety. The second one is coordination, which is the essence of collaborative approach to crisis management. It has to be all involving, that is involving at least a representation of the leadership, executive leadership, a representation or significant representation of the line managers, the HR, and even the employees are involved. It fosters a sense of unity and shared responsibility, and also it accelerates the effectiveness of getting things done. And this alludes to the first point that Dr. Jumoke raised on emotional intelligence. So one of the things that must be in place in any organization is this: crises are bound to happen. If you understand the Latin root word for crisis, they are bound to happen when there are differences in perspectives, differences in approaches, differences in knowledge level, differences in goals. Crises are bound to happen where 2 or 3 people are gathered in the name of any goal. There will be crisis, there will be conflict. However, empowerment of the employees to build emotional capacity, which starts from self-awareness and social awareness, is very key. And that's where emotional intelligence training is key for every employee of every organization, especially in today's challenging world. All right. So it helps the coordination for collaborative approach to even be more effective. Or else, without the representation of the employees, they will not take ownership of whatever approach you want to crisis intervention. And if they don't take ownership, it will fail. All right. The leadership may not even take ownership of it also. And without the executive leadership, it's dead on arrival. And for them to take ownership, for them to break free from their resistance to change, to even work together and seek a different approach, emotional intelligence is key in gaining awareness of the emotions driving them and in regulating. All right. And also gaining awareness of other people's emotions, that is the people they are leading and their perspective. The 4th C that must be in place for any organization is what my organization calls capacity building. Now, just like Dr. Jumoke has also said, from the first learning that they have to have for the second learning, another thing is capacity building in certain cases, and it has to be personalized or specific to the issues unique to the organization. For example, there are the general ones that you must build capacity across all structures, from leadership to the subordinates, all right? But there are specific ones. For example, every manager in today's VUCA challenging marketplace, every manager, every HR leader must have mental health first aid skills training. Just like we have physical first aid skills, you must have mental health first aid skills training, which is all about the skill sets for spotting and supporting mental health crisis before they become a servant or injurious to others. And it follows the model called the HAGI model by the WHO. So they must be trained in this. There are different facilitators of these, including my organization. Secondly, under this capacity building, all right, coaching skill, aside the emotional intelligence, coaching skill is key for most leaders. We have the Gen Z's incursion into the marketplace now, quite emotionally sensitive. Excuse me. They are quite emotionally sensitive. Before you say Jack Robinson, they are talking about mental health. My mental health is suffering. My mental health is suffering. And coaching skill, I always say to come in, I was with a fintech last week, a strategy session for the leaders. And all they were saying, I could spot a major gap. So I told the CEO, your leaders need coaching skill. They need to be equipped with coaching skills. Sorry for the noise. Your leaders need to be equipped with coaching skill, because with these Gen Zs, being a tech firm, there are a lot of Gen Zs in their organization. If they feel they are sidelined, if they feel that their opinions don't matter, if they feel that they don't even listen to their feedback, they have no say, you have lost them. Trust me, if you want a high level of innovation in your organization, the Gen Zs are very important, especially in the tech industry. They are very important. So they have their shortcomings, but they have their strengths. So capacity building across all those trainees. Then maybe the HR and some managers may even go through EAP implementation training also. We've had to do that for an FMCG before. EAP implementation training, which eventually led them to deciding that they need to have their own internal EAP instead of outsourcing to us. So we handle EAP, but they decide to have their own internal employee assistance program that handles psychological issues for their employees. Number 4, the 4th C is what we call care and support. And this care and support rests largely on empathy, like Naro mentioned earlier. Empathy, without empathy, your care and support will be misread. And even, may actually do injustice more than justice. Care and support covers making specific solutions, personalized solutions available. For example, an employee that was bullied and abused. You can't just throw in a general policy that, okay, anybody that abuses or bullies anybody again, this is the punishment. You have just put a band-aid to that wound, but that wound is still in that employee if it's not personalized to the person. So you have to make things like a personal line that people can reach, open policy that a particular leader that is in charge that employees can approach. All right. In fact, conflict resolution between the two of them, the leader and the subordinate, and what have you. Another one, which is perhaps a general one, is the EAP. They've talked about it repeatedly today. Employee assistance program is more than necessary in today's world. People or your employees must be able to reach out to talk. It could be related to work conflict. It could be workload. It could be personal challenges they are dealing with. All right. So care and support, and this must be demonstrated through the window of empathy. They must see the empathy in the leadership, and I like the way now put a balance to it. Empathy does not mean you lose your boundary. Like I always say jokingly to people, empathy does not mean you are always 24/7 nice. No wonder niceness is not a fruit of the spirit in Galatians chapter 5. All right, and the same way, niceness is not a tool of emotional intelligence. It's different from kindness, but there must be empathy. They must see that you understand their perspective, and this brings in also another thing that I want to say under care and support: a channel for feedback from employees. A channel for feedback that they can give about their managers, their line managers, and will not feel threatened, and will not feel their job is at stake. They will feel psychologically safe, and it's key in today's world for any organization. The 5th C, the last one, is continuous evaluation. So in all these policies, in all these processes you have implemented, you must measure to see if it's working or not. Whatever cannot be measured cannot be managed. So continuous evaluation may come through anonymous poll. It may come through feedbacks. It may come through even some management tools like 360 feedback for leaders and managers assessment, employee engagement survey, and what have you. In fact, it may also come through what we call psychological safety audits, so that you will know if you are making progress in the direction of your desired goal with these new metrics or with this new tool or solution you have implemented, or you are just doing activity and not productivity. I believe with these 5 C's, which we have implemented several organizations, and we've seen tremendous results. Even the one that I thought was the worst is an insurance company 2 years ago. We were able to do justice to the goal that they brought us in. And the biggest concern we had then.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sess.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sess. Because of our time, they're already sending me out. Just one final question. I think you touched on one of the questions I wanted to ask Jam earlier, which was on measurement and evaluation, because if you don't measure these things, right, you might not even get the buy-in of the organization, because at the end of the day, they will ask you what exactly, is the impact of this thing, right? So just, Dr. Jam, before you go, I'd just like you to touch on a very important topic, right, which is, now, how can organization, right, foster intergenerational collaboration? Dr. Sass mentioned something, Gen Z, any small thing, mental health, right, kind of, right? How can organization actually foster intergenerational collaboration in crisis intervention efforts such that they're able to leverage the strength of, and perspective of all the generation within the organization to create that well-balanced and comprehensive solution that can be adopted by the organization in 1 or 2 minutes? Just let us to quickly do justice.
I think when we have conversations around generations in the workplace, the first thing for me really is, do we agree that every generation brings something unique to the table? The way I like to describe it is fruit salad. you can love what's it called, apple. Somebody else loves watermelon. When you bring them together, you have a very rich fruit salad or even vegetable salad. You may not want to eat the lettuce by itself, but when you bring the lettuce, you bring all the ingredients that make for your vegetable salad, you see that it is yummier. So I think the first thing is to establish that every generation brings something to the table. We are saying the Gen Zs. I always say to people that the Gen Zs are my team. They are my Gs. So even me, Gen Z, all of us are Gen Z together. I'm not abandoning my millennial brothers and sisters, but I'm saying, what does it take to be Gen Z? To be a baddie. We are all baddies. So the issue is, I should not write them off. I shouldn't think, oh, all of you are lazy. Your own generation is only TikTok and Snapchat, you know. It's not their fault that it was Nokia 3310. It's not their fault. Do you understand? So let's understand that every generation brings something unique to the table, and then we should be focusing on harnessing those things. So we still need the boomers, at least the ones that are around. They have some experience, and I always say to people that nothing beats lived experiences. They've seen some shaggy that we may never smell it. And so when they come, they share it with us, they expose us to those things. It helps us. So it is first that and then they also should not say, you these young children, you don't know anything. Don't let's be like that. There's the value that the younger ones can bring. There's the value the older people can bring. Nobody should have assumptions in their head that, oh, these people, they are lazy. No, don't do that. And I even don't like that we generalize. Please, there are some Gen Zs that you have to go and check. You realize that they do things differently. So we also need to be mindful. Relate with everybody in the right way. Abandon all biases and be okay with working collaboratively with everybody else. One other thing I was going to mention was about leadership. So if there's a quote I came across some time ago, and it said, when leaders lead well, organizations do well. So all of this conversation we've had in the entire conference really starts with our leaders across organizations. Because as HR, you can have all the bright strategies. If your CEO says, you better go and sit down. You have not met Q1 target. I don't want to hear that anybody has met that. Nobody should come out. What will you do as HR person? So our leaders need to make it a top priority that, like Enahoro said, emotions drive people, people will drive performance. If people see that you genuinely care, I love that bit, care and support. When people see that you genuinely care, they will go above and beyond, and that target will be met. But you also need to show them that you care as an organization, as a line manager. Tolusha, if you ask me, we should do this more often. These conversations need to be had, yes. And we should also invite many more people. So people need to listen. Line managers need to do better, do right by people. I always say that when you have a line manager who reduces people's self-esteem, how do you sleep at night? You are that line manager that because I took a job, it was an offer letter you people gave me. I took a job, I'm coming here to work. You are rubbishing me. I'm somebody's mother, I'm somebody's wife, or even if I'm not married. I'm saying this conversation, yes, we need to call out these line managers. Line managers are the reason people are depressed. That's not the assignment God gave you. And there's a special portion in, don't let me say it, I'm on a professional call. So please, let us continue to put this conversation out there. It's like parenting, and I'll say this on this call as a roundup. Being a leader, being a manager in an organization, you have people you are responsible for. It is like parenting. God will ask you how you manage those people. So don't think, oh, after all, they came here to work for money, so you treat them anyhow. No, you owe it to God to deal with people well. Help them, let them know that you genuinely care. Let them know that you really want to see them succeed, and not just lip service. In the actions that you take, let them want to come to work every day. Like I think it was Dr. Stars that said it earlier, that when somebody is even reluctant to come to work, what kind of manager are you? People should look forward to coming to work. Again, we spend the most of our days at work, so make it count for people. It's as if I took the last few minutes to rant, but yes, bear with me, Tolusha. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jam and Dr. Saz. It's been an amazing session. I can't say thank you enough, and we'll definitely call on you again for more conversations around this. So thank you very much, Dr. Saz. I know you have to run, and Dr. Jam. Thank you very much. All right. I want to thank everyone who has been with us from the very beginning and those who have been here up until now. Thank you to all our moderators. Adeyinka, thank you. Mutrayo, thank you. Victor, thank you. Sarume, thank you. It's been an amazing conference. I don't know how I feel, but I'm glad that this happened and that we're able to bring it on here. I can't thank all our facilitators enough. Very, very grateful to all of them. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Tolu Jumande and Edwina Lanikbe, and all our panelists. Thank you. Some of them have been with me from the beginning, like Dr. Monjo, and some this is their second time running, and I'm grateful. Well, I want to thank my event host, especially Sarume. Thank you very much. You took this conference very seriously, and I'm grateful for the gift of you. To everyone who worked with me back end, grateful for everything that we're able to achieve together. But before we go, I want to please appeal to us to fill our survey. There's a link in the comment section and it's scrolling across your screen as well. Please fill our survey form. I've posted it again. And I want to announce the theme for 2025. Please, can we have it displayed? So last year, we looked at creating a culture of support in the workplace, the role of HR. And this year, we have looked at crisis intervention and support tools available in the workplace. Next year, by God's grace, we'll be looking at coaching, therapy, and empathy, tools for building a great place to work. We're hoping that to get sponsorship to make it hybrid, and that perhaps companies will sponsor panel sessions for next year's conference. So look forward to it. And in the coming weeks and months, we'll definitely be rolling things out. So from me here, I want to say thank you until we come your way again. Go make your workplace a place that your employees, your colleagues want to come to work. Thank you very much and have a beautiful day and month ahead. God bless you.